right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back to Voice of Sound 1, 2. Before we get going, the first player, we got to make sure we get a better sound. We get a sound on your side. Let's see. Let me double check. Let's see what I'm going to get a sound right now. All right. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Do we have a sound? To make sure we are good on sound. 1, 2, mic check. Sound. To make sure we are good on sound. 1, 2, mic check. All right, perfect. Perfect. All right, now I'm good. That's what I wanted to do. I don't want to be on the show with no sound. All right, let's do this. All right, guys, we are good to go now. Let's get the ball rolling here.
It's Leo on the beat.
How? I'm Joe Josh. Tibleyon, France Clamayo, President Sarpo Apollo in USA. Jerry Massacre, Grievances Committee Chair. William Massacre, have running the talk. Yes. I'm the Tibleyon. Tibleyon, yeah. Tibleyon, Tibleyon, no, William Manneh, VP, Sarpo Apollo, the Quibli, William Manneh, Manda Wayne, you say what I'm on Wayne, Daniel, one level, Daniel Baglu, and lose everything, Moya Kanya Ruja, Sinoe in Yaluba, India, Monatileon, Annex, Jonathan, about the treasure of Sarpo Apollo, the Quibli, the second project manager, Dear Raji. National Point, Alex Tote, Secretary General, Sarpo Apollo, USA. Abanwo, Daniel Samuendo, Le Babanyo, Jansiaje, Noamle Ramo, Kajabruya Neye Kewerubo, Damosiaje, Noamle Ramo, Ajaruja, now in the Yalubai.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Voice of Sound, where we had a technical problem, but we are back now. Make sure you give a feedback if our sound was good. We apologize for this technical glitch that we had earlier. We want to make sure everything is good. You give a feedback if our sound was good. We apologize. All right, that was the. I want to make sure we are good to go now. All right, guys, let's do the entertainment. Be our audience a little bit, and we'll be right back to start the show. I just sent a link to my co-host and the rest of the panelists, so don't go away.
It's Leo on the beat.
France Clamayo, Sarpo Apollo, and the Quibli. I'm Jay Obudu Josh. About you, Black Rasara, August 16, 2025. Adieu, man. Adiobeo, Mayano, Niamio, Mayano, Mama Yamio, Niamio, Niamio, Mayano, Mayano, Bibi Manamo, Yabio, then your people, Mon West on the Penny, Yabio, Mon West on the Yellow, Yabio, Mon West on the Chayanga, Yabio, Mayano, Mayano, on your way, Mayano, run away, money none go to the door. Money already put one on your son. Money none go to the door. Maya, and the club, with the wool. Not your days at that tongue. Money on the gates from my people. With your money, we want the wool, VP. India, and West Yonder, where you are. Manuel when the chia we are. Yambia, Mombia, you don't swim, Yambia, Mombia, you don't swim, India, you don't swim, Yambia. Mano way, Mano, you are that. When you say monkey, they Mano say, when you say daddy, they Mano say daddy way. Plastic man, you are too. India, Aji kwanga sarao, Aji kwanga sarao, then you play one and Aji kwanga sarao, Aji kwanga sarao, Bibi Aji kwanga sarao, Bibi Aji kwanga sarao, Ninja Beo, Ola Sanuju Adeo, Kanuju Adeo, go pass out the no you bad, they do a cool, go pass out the no you bad, they do a cool. Manu bro you kwa no. Manu bro you kwa no. Ni Quioh so no yo ba. Ni Quioh so no yo ba. India we o. Ayano, e agbeli no. Yeah. Yes ya die o. Ayano, e agbeli no. Yes ya tie ti ble je ni anjo ya pogo ya o. Mo le. E agbeli no. Ayano, e agbeli wa ko. Yo male di o ba ko ya. E agbeli no. Yo male di o ba ko ya. Obeye nue, ni la blanche clanois, obeye nue, ni la William Manneh, obeye nue, ni la blanche clanois, obeye nue. Didi kunyo, nyo kwa didi monu ronyo na yo, nyo la kwa didi monu ronyo na yo.
Yeah, Voice of Sinoe is coming your way, guys. We had a little technical glitch, and that's what we had to call the train to come back. So as you join us, please share the link for us. It's a wonderful show coming your way. Yeah, what is going on in Sinoe County? Lawmakers are opposing their citizens' action. Yeah, so the people of Sinoe County, they elected 2 representatives. And those representatives, instead of representing and defending the interests of the people, they have become the opponents of the Do they understand what it means to be a representative? The word representative, you are not serving yourself, you are serving people. How in the world you are representing our interests, and we are telling you what we want, and you are saying you are not going to listen to us? Are you working for yourself? Are you a private citizen? No, you are not a private citizen. You are a servant of the people of Sinoe County, and we are demanding something. Yeah, represented, not represented now, but the man is the senator. The Senator Crayton Duncan is in the news. The man is, kind of shaking Sinoe County right now. While Crayton Duncan is carrying on developments in Sinoe County, we have 2 lawmakers that are opposing. They are vigorously fighting their people. And we know this is not strange. History has told us before. Anybody, before you are opposed, a lot of the time your own people are your enemies. And right now we have 2 enemies in the Capitol building. Who are they that are you put the esoteric? I will tell you. You got to share the link for us, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2 enemies in the Capitol building right now. The people of Sinoe County, the people in electoral district number 3, the people of district number 1, they elected two representatives, two individuals to seek their interests in the Capitol building. But the guys, 1 year in office, this will show our. And the spokesperson of the elders and ancestor doctor, you put the esoterics here to vibrate more. You can't cheat us. After eating all the food, our people are suffering in Sinoe County. You get all the budgetary allocation, and now you are fighting. Today, the elders outside, the spokesperson of the elders and ancestors. Today is more vibration. Dark side put the esoteric, Patrick Bolu, and the rest. Injustice in the Capitol building today, this afternoon. We're going to put it on the radio. Tragedy in the U.S. A major conservative podcaster, Charlie Kirk, got shot in the U.S. We're going to go. Who is in the leadership of the new president of the Sarpo Association, William Manneh, has submitted some names. Who is in? It's a beautiful lineup this afternoon. Don't go away. Anymore.
Alex Tote, General Secretary.
All right, guys. The technical glitch it got way beyond time. So let me get my co-host Patrick Bolu, so we can get the ball rolling. Let me make sure again the sound is good on my side here. Co-host Patrick Bolu, so we can get the ball rolling. Let me make sure again the sound. All right, I think my sound is good from my end here. Patrick all looking cool backstage. The man all ready to bounce. The man chilling right now. The great P. All right, guys, welcome. Good afternoon. Welcome to Sinoe County Premier Platform Voices Sinoe in the Diaspora. Esoteric, Shelley, Sam Walker, Tababo, Sagacious, Sarah Ellis. We are coming to you this afternoon. Let's see. Let me get on screen here so you can see how the spokesperson of the elders and the ancestor, how he looks today. You know, when I've dressed in this fashion, that means the elders, they are meant determined to say something. Certain that people are uncomfortable to speak because of political expediency, and they don't say that. So let me show you how the spokesperson, the elders, they meant. Let's see. Let me see. You see how I look today. This is the spokesperson of the elders and the ancestor. Yes, today they told me to dress like a warrior because we have enemies in the Capitol building, and so we have to dress like the elders, like they instructed me to do. So we want to say, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Voices Sinoe. This afternoon, we are glad to be here with you. Yeah, to have another conversation with you. All right. So let me bring my man Patrick here, so we can get going here. Sorry for the technical problem. Hey, Patrick.
How you doing, Esoteric?
I'm doing wonderful. Great. You're looking cool, my man. You are chilling, man. You are in your. What are my glasses? My they are a little bit. They are a little far for me right now. But you look good. You look good, man. You're looking good.
Yeah. Thank you, man. It's good to be back again for another fiery edition of, the People's Premier Platform. It will be an upfront, an exclusive upfront today. We are back, and we are back for good. Thank you, CEO. I'm happy to be here again.
All right, thank you, Patrick. Let me make sure that we have our devices, everything running here. Let's see. Let me get the other gadget going here so that we are not. All right, I think we're good here. I'm seeing myself. My phone is kind of buffering on the other side, but we're good. I'm seeing it on the other device. So, Patrick, quickly before we get into the show, let's go in presentation mode here. Let's see. Let's do it this way. I wanted to just show something quickly, which is okay up here. So, Patrick, the network we are trying a couple of things, right? We are growing, and so we want to be trying some little thing here and there. So right now we just got this, Patrick. This our pen, right? We're trying to get some little signature made stuff. So we just order our first and try out. So you see there, dark side put it, or if you like that ESOTERIC voices sound signature pen. And so sooner or rather later, they'll be rolled out to the public. If you want to support us, we have our boys in Liberia that are taking their time to come and get information to you. So some of these things will be putting it out there. So it will be little or nothing. We'll not put hole in your pocket, just to support us. So we just try to try something out, and that's the Voices Sound special pen. When you are not brilliant, when you get the pen, trust me, Patrick Bolu is sharp now, and you get something related to the man. You are not score 100 before, you will score 100 on your test. So yeah, depends. Custom made for the show, so you can we'll be making up cups and different things. They are coming up pretty soon. What did lady say? Good morning. I'm headed.
But yeah, this is an incredible innovation. You say information dissemination is very costly. It's not easy. Where you have to leave your basic job schedule, to take some time out for the people to be informed. Information dissemination to the people is also a constitutionally guaranteed right. The Constitution, the people's right to information. So we that make a sacrifice, people will always be willing to support. So I'm happy, I'm grateful that you have done this, a lot of innovation, to attract support and expand the network, in terms of its coverage and reach.
Thank you, Patrick. So, guys, we'll be rolling out these pens and other things in not too distant future. We just want to show you the sample, what some of the things we are working on back here. Patrick, let's see. Also, we have a potential sponsor, and I want to make sure my sound. But you're hearing me very well, Patrick. My sound is good.
I'm hearing you very well, very loud and clear.
Okay. We have a potential. All right, just want to try from my end here too as well. We have a potential sponsor, right? And this sponsor, it has some little commercial. So what you do, Patrick? Let me put us backstage and play this. Here is the guy called Merton Pagible. Merton wrote a book with different poems in it, right? It's right now on Amazon. The other time, I think we announced we have a couple of authors in our community, which is a good thing, right? So we have Reverend Tusua. He also wrote a book, The History of the Sarpo People. It's currently on Amazon right now. Dr. Fallison Talley also wrote a book. I think it's the Essential Sacraments or something like that. It's a religious book. If you want to learn anything about the Bible, the baptism and different things, he gave me a copy the other day. He was quite gracious to do that. Yeah, I think Madam Bright Talley, I think, also wrote a book as well on it's another book. I can't remember the title right now. So we have a couple of people that are devoting their time and trying to put their ideas on paper, right? So Merton is one of the guys. He wrote a book as well. It's on Amazon. So Patrick, let me just play this quick video advertisement that he sent so that we can put it out there to our viewers Let's see. Let me get some of the video here. Let me bring that picture down, and I will bring some of the video, just video clips.
Mindless scrolling and mindless memes? The Wildfire of Joy by Merton Pajibo is the antidote. Crack it open, dive in, and boom, you're hit with a rush of liberation and love. Each poem is like a mini revolution, sparking resilience and healing vibes. It's like having a wise friend who whispers truths and shouts freedom. Perfect for when life's chaos needs a poetic pause. Grab your copy on Amazon.com by typing into search Merton T, Pajibo's books, and let your spirit dance. Thanks for taking time out of your busy schedule to hear this message. See you around. Peace, love, and happiness always.
Chaos? Words from the Soul by Merton Pajibo is the go-to for those wild days. Just flip it open and bam, instantly transported into a world where challenges turn into motivation. Each poem's like a cozy hug, wrapping you in empathy and resilience. It's like having a wise friend who gets your struggles and cheers you on. Seriously, this book's a game changer for anyone needing a pick-me-up. Grab your copy on Amazon.com and let those words work their magic.
1,000 Reasons to Keep Going by a chemistry physics teacher named Merton T. Pajibo is like a cozy blanket for the soul. Easy to dive into, hard to put down. Each poem feels like a warm hug, whispering tales of love, heartbreak, and resilience. Perfect for those nights when the world feels heavy. It's like having a wise friend on your shelf, ready to remind you of life's hidden beauty. Grab your copy on Amazon.com and let the healing begin. If you are unable to purchase a book, all is not lost. Please share link with others. Thanks for your support.
All right, so that's Merton Pajibo. This gentleman right here is a chemistry teacher. He is teaching in the state of Delaware, in one of the highest schools over there. You're teaching high school chemistry. Okay, so he wrote a book, and let's support the brother. Just wanted to share that information with you. All right, now let's get into what we are here to do today. On Voice of Sando, who want to welcome all of you that are following. My professor, Jackson Kamal, who want to say thank you for following. Emmanuel, thanks for following. Lloyd, I mean, the rest of you, I can see you. If you comment, I will see you definitely. But I can see a lot of you right now. All right, Patrick, are you backstage? Join me. Let's get the ball rolling here. Let's get to some of the things that we want to talk about today. All right. So let's start from the angle, right? Let's start from this angle right here. Patrick, I will put you backstage until you are ready to rock and roll. Your camera is off right now. So let's get this out of the way first. Who is in? Okay. The president of the Sarpo Association in Americas, Mr. William Manneh, is he was just recently elected. He took on the gavel of the leadership of the community, and so he's been rolling things out. He's been working behind the scenes. So recently, he submitted a communication with some names. The first time we published here, the first names, the first people that were confirmed by the board of directors. And so the second batch has been submitted to the board for confirmation. All right, so we are just looking up to the board to see what are those names, because that's how you measure the success or the failure of a leader. All right, what are your nominees of your people that you selected for a position, whether they will be selected or not? So Mr. Our president submitted some names, and hopefully they will be. I just wanted to share the names with you here. Let me see what I can get to one of the communication. To share the names of people the president nominated to the board for confirmation. If you like that, are pending confirmation. Let me get to those names quickly. The communication submitted by the president. Okay, so I got it open, and I want to share it with you, right? Yeah, it's the communication. Let me do screen sharing here so you can participate. Communication sent by the president to the board. All right, so you can know. So let me bring the president's picture down so you can get the full view of the communication. All right, that's the communication from the president of our union, William Manneh, submitted to the board for confirmation. So let's read our communication. It's a good show today, ladies and gentlemen. As you join, please share the link for us. We have one major hot topic here that we want to go into. All right, I'll break it down to you. So yes, the communication sent by the national president of the United Sarpo Association in Americas, William Manneh. So you can see the title, United Sarpo Association in Americas, His Excellency William T. Manneh, National President, USAA. You see his personal details every day already there. Dr. Falisin Tale, Chairman, Board of Directors, United Sarpo Association in Americas. Dear Dr. Tale, I extend warm greetings to you and express my sincere appreciation for your continued service and commitment to the advancement of the United Sarpo Association in Americas, USA. In accordance with the responsibilities vested in my office and in the interest of strengthening our organizational structure and committing functions, I am pleased to submit the following nominations for consideration and approval by the Board of Directors. Those nominated are Mr. Augustus Rai, Chairman, Internal Auditing Committee, Mr. Merton Pajibo, the chemistry teacher who wrote a book, Chairman, Program Planning Committee, Mr. Jerry Massaquer, Chairman, Grievance Committee. Massaquer maintains his position. He had the same position on Francis Clark Myers. Number 4, Queen Nadia Reggio, Chairperson, Fundraising Committee. We have number 5, Mace Doris Jolly, Chairperson, Membership Committee. Number 6, Mr. Simile T. Panton, Co-Chair, Program Planning Committee, and Mr. Mas Jadia or Jadiah, Consultant Finance Committee. All right, these are the names submitted, 7 persons. 7 persons submitted by the president. These individuals bring diverse experience, commitment, and a passion for service, which I believe would be invaluable to the work and mission of USA. I'm confident, and they will perform their respective roles with diligence and integrity. I respectfully request the board's review and confirmation of these nominations at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your time and continued dedication. Warm regards, that's William Manneh, National President, USA. All right, that's the communication from the office of the National President to the board. So we are waiting for the board to confirm these individuals because the organization cannot run without these people being confirmed, right? Various committees, they have to be filled, and so that those functions ascribed to them would be fulfilled, okay? So the president's on track yet, and we want to say, keep pushing, Mr. President. All right, now let's move on to the next thing. My man Patrick will join me here shortly, but we can't wait any longer. The other parties, they will also join me as well. So, but that was the communication from the national president of the USAA, Mr. William Manneh. All right, let's get to the next thing here on the agenda. In the meantime, let me go in my inbox, line up some of the things I want to talk about here. Let's see, Patrick is back. Patrick, you done? Are you ready to go? You're taking a little lunch? All right, good, man. All right, buddy, welcome back.
Great, thank you, bro.
Yeah, you needed a refuel. You need that energy too because we got a long way to go. All right, so I was just talking about the letter, the communication from the national president, William Manneh, submitted new names of people, to fill our committees. So we have Mr. Majaria, with Semene Panto, and others. So yeah, yeah, you came late, so we can go back. We have to go back, continue with the agenda for today. So quickly, I want us to get to this breaking news from the U.S., right? And so we'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Voice of Sinoe in the Diaspora with Doc Sarpo, the Esoteric. So Patrick, I don't know, you sometimes follow American politics, but there's a controversial and outspoken U.S. conservative activist, who was shot yesterday in the U.S. He was shot there. I think you got to put yourself on mute, Patrick. I'm hearing your background noise. Yeah. So they call him Kirk. Charlie. I mean, he goes around and have these different debates on hot button issues, And so yesterday he went to Utah Valley University to have one of those conversations, and unfortunately, he was shot, by an armed man. The guy is still at large. The last time I checked, and they have not apprehended him. Yes. So let me play a quick video of him. He's a very controversial guy, but Patrick, a lot of people that consider Doc Sarpo to be controversial. That it makes democracy to be interesting for people to accentuate, to articulate what they believe, and then the other people, they can come with their counter argument. So let me play a little bit of the guy, right?
I believe they should.
So I, white man, have to play for black people. Why?
Wow, that's a really selfish thing you said.
Hold on. Why should I have...
That's a really non-empathetic thing to say.
Why should I have empathy for a race? I have white guilt because I breathe? Why should the white students here have to work harder to pay for black kids? What is that all about?
Not every black person has lineage connected to slaves.
That's
and
true.
Every white person doesn't have lineage connected to slaves.
Yes, that's right. So since every black person doesn't have a lineage connected to slaves, why should we generalize and say reparations for black people?
Because there are people that are in a worse place.
So over 150 years, they didn't have any ability to make better decisions, to save money, and to invest. How about you take responsibility for your own actions instead of blaming the white man?
Okay, Patrick, that's a little bit of the brother. He very controversial. I mean, you saw the interaction with one of the students over there, and I mean that's how he is. He's very hardcore. He support. I mean, basically a Donald Trump. That's your again. It's sad. So yeah, he's a strong supporter of Donald Trump. You guys are partisan for sure. Yeah, but Patrick, if you follow that incident, just go ahead. I'll get my thought on you and go ahead.
And just briefly to honor his memories, and recount on the significance of his advocacy, his activism. The White House this morning flew the U.S. flag at half-mast, demonstrating, remembrance of his advocacy and the fight for democracy. And the president has blamed the killing on those he described as anti conservatives or whatever way he termed it. So yeah, I follow him briefly, but I got to realize his importance, his contribution to American democracy in recent years. And the age at which he died is painful, my man. Tell it. I mean, they might be a young man.
Yeah,
31. A young man at 31, it has become a national icon. Oh my God, America is so great indeed. Liberia, people in their 40s, yes. People in their 40s, 50s, is still. I mean, their voices can be heard because they feel that they are nothing. But may God rest his soul, and may his legacy, his advocacy, his agitation be all live on.
All right, Patrick. Yeah, that's Mr. Kirk. He was a young man, like you said. He was born 95. He was a rich guy too. He was. I mean, the last time I checked, he was worth around $12 million. So. Yeah, $12 million. around the
God.
estimated. Yeah, that's estimated worth.
At that
Oh, yeah.
age.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Talking.
So
Wow.
So I mean, let me share some of his views, right, with you or with our audience. He was very extreme, like he was far right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know him and Donald Trump who is extreme, but he was far right. He was pro Donald Trump. Let me get to this right here, Patrick. Let me share a little bit of what he believes with you. He believed he's no longer alive. So if you look at Charlie Kirk, he actually founded an organization called Turning Point USA, where he goes around and, I mean, debate different issues, right? So if you read this, when it comes to loyalty, he was loyal to Donald Trump for sure. Yes, while all the prominent politicians, they were, I mean, shying away from Donald Trump. He did not. He was kind of very upfront, he didn't have a view or views. He once supported Ted Cruz and those guys, Those are, you're talking about hardcore, far right, conservative Republicans, right? Those are the people he supports. He's a staunch defender of, let's just say, Kirk remained a steadfast, damn it, man, your current gone. Liberia is an interesting place. They can just cut Curry up like that,
Yes, no, without excuse, my man. Anyway, that go out here. I think we get somebody light in the background.
Yeah, you still look back good. We can still see you. So he believes in the policy of America First, Donald Trump, policy for sure. On immigration, he is with Donald Trump. He does not want, immigrants in the country, for sure. Let me read it verbatim. Kirk promoted Trump's anti-immigration agenda, including endorsing elements of the Great Replacement theory. The Great Replacement theory, Patrick, is a policy that says that, the immigrants are getting too much, and they will sooner rather than later they will replace the white people in the U.S. And so because of that, they don't want immigrants in the country. Yes. So I mean, when you're talking about democracy, I don't know what that is. Democracy, democracy, people make argument, right? They debate the issues, but like Charlie Kirk will say, we don't want immigrants in the country because they are getting plenty. They want to replace the white people. So that's something he believed. He also expressed opposition to increased legal legal immigration. So legal immigration, he was also opposed to it. Legal, not illegal immigration, but legal. He was opposed to it. He's a Christian conservative, of course. In 2021, Kirk founded an organization which are just called TPU USA. He promotes conservative vision for sure. He was explicitly tied to evangelical Christian beliefs. He advocated for citizens to lead, Christians actually, to lead in area of public life. All right, so he wanted Christian to lead the country, and that's what he advocating for. And Patrick, look in your country what the Christians are doing in Liberia. If you look at your government, it predominantly Christians. See what they're doing to their own people. So he wanted Christians to be in power here. So especially the Republicans, they want, like the Supreme Court right now, you have all the conservative judges on the bench, and they say they legislate, they pass into law that abortion should be illegal in the country, right? And when you listen to him right now, he said, why should a white man pays for, say, for example, reparation, right? Reparation, I don't know, what that means for sure. There has been an argument here that, because the black people, the oppression, the slavery, let the people be compensated. And the guys were arguing, he listened to him, he said, no, they should not compensate black people for racism for over 400 years or 300 years of oppression of the black people. So he was against that. Yes. So if you look at his legacy, Patrick, is controversial. He's very, very controversial guy. So the Supreme Court, like I was talking about, the guys, they don't want if the single woman goes to the government for help, and they say, oh no, that welfare, we don't do welfare. But then they make a law that say women should not do abortion. Okay, you are not helping the woman when she gives birth. When she comes to you, you say, oh, you don't support welfare, but then you force her to have a child. You make the law to force ladies or women to have children that they are not ready for. Okay, so Patrick, this is the paradox of this conservative in the country. It's not on one side of the Republican Democrats who they have their own issue, but that's a little bit of the guy. He was very extreme. He wants America first, the same policy that Trump is preaching right now, for which U.S. literally isolated or getting isolated from the rest of the world. As a result, you see China and other countries, they are consolidating. Those are the policies, some of the things that he believes. So if you want to say something, we don't want to spend too much time on this. A lot of large media outlets, they are talking about him anyway.
Yeah, let's proceed. This is Iroquois, so let's talk about Iroquois 231.
Nice. Okay, thank you. All right, guys. Again, welcome to the show. We appreciate you joining us today. Let's go to the next one here, Patrick, that we want to talk about on Voice of Sinoe. I want us to go to this one right here. I think it was part of our agenda the last time, Professor Mayson eulogy to the late Grigsby. I find this statement interesting. I think you also posted it as well. So I just want to play that statement. We kind of talk about it a little bit, and we'll move on to the next thing. So let's listen to it quickly.
Sylvester completed his studies with honors and thus began his meteoric and well-deserved rise in the political hierarchy of our country. When he was called by President Boycott to assume the high post of Minister of Presidential Affairs, Greg relectis omnibus, leaving everything behind. He pursued his calling with decisive promptitude and wholehearted devotion. That was Greg's trademark. An indefatigable worker during the years that he served our country, Greg hardly knew a single day of rest. Many were the responsibilities assigned to him as speechwriter in the presidency, research officer at the foreign ministry, ambassador to the European Union, superintendent of Sinoe, first minister of state for presidential affairs. Greg's versatile intelligence was able to undertake with maximum result the various tasks with which he was saddled. Perhaps it was Greg and folks like him that the American poet had in mind. Longfellow, the American poet, wrote, "The heights of great men and women reached and kept were not attained by sudden flight, but they, while their companions slept, were up and toiling in the night." That was Greg. Quite unfortunately, in recent times, Greg was the victim of outlandish accusations and downright lies by elements that were not his equal, either in character or intelligence. But this is not surprising. If you have read the book, The Decline of Greatness by the American author, again, Arthur Schlesinger, he tells us that it is in the nature of greatness that it makes little men acutely aware of their depravity and reminds them of the sterling qualities they sorely lack: character, intelligence, moral strength, and compassion. That is why these moral Lilliputians and political pygmies They are always trying to bring the great man down to their own debased level. But Greg never gave credence to these accusers. Their irritatingly vacuous and asinine stories. He took the advice given in Proverbs 26, verse 4. Answer not a fool according to his folly, lest thou also be like unto him. Well, in a crucible of time, history is already eroding those lies and exposing the perpetrators. As our people in Sinoe say, when the tide goes down, we shall see who is swimming naked.
Patrick, that's a little bit of the professor there. Do missing. What's your take to the statement first?
No, you know, his funeral, should I call it oration? I mean, his tribute. Let me put it in a simple Liberian term. His tribute, you know, remind me of what we read in literature. And, you know, Julius Caesar. You know, and you got great speakers speaking to convince, you know, to convince the citizens of Rome as to why Caesar should not have died and why Caesar should have died. Mark Antony took the stage right after Brutus has spoken. And we saw the turn of the table. And that was where my mind was reflected. It also, I mean, I also learned from him, I mean, in that era, in that time, the age of progressivism in Liberia. And, you know, what the guys, you know, the kind of education they possess at the time. And I'm inspired, actually. I'm inspired. I've interacted with him some, you know, a couple of times, yes. But reading his books sometimes, but listening to him live on stage, you know, speak, you know, in memory of Grigsby, I learned a lot. And I just want to say that everything he said, I mean, was just what it was and what it is today. Yeah. Grigsby was a great man, I know. And when you're naming some people who wrote books or who have written books, you're naming, I mean, Mayson is one of those, you know, from the Sarpo background. You hear, in his tribute, you hear him speak Sarpo, you know, yeah, in his service, in the church, and, you know, even the Grigsby himself, on the Sarpo background, great man. And so his tribute can only be used as an inspiration today. That young people can learn from it. That those who are in office or those who were there before, and, you know, that we will come after them too. We know what we watch, what we say about them, and how we say what we say about them.
All right, Patrick. Thank you. I haven't listened to him before, and I think he sounds pretty good. He seems to be a quite educated man. Yeah, he has a way with the language. He's well read. But there's something I noticed in his presentation, Patrick, and I think that was one of the reasons why the progressives didn't take the presidency in the country. I mean, the arrogance, Patrick, the way the guy spoke, the way he talked about those that criticize Grigsby. That's a macrocosm of the larger picture, you know, what they were doing in the country, for which people oppose them. You know, when you start to describe people, I mean, the words you were using, little preaching and the moral, I mean, all the different big jargons he was speaking. Congratulations, my man, you are back alive. Yeah, so I find an issue with that, you know, and that shows why the so-called uneducated people, they were not gravitating towards them. Number one, they spoke at this higher level, where their message wasn't resonating with the people, because all of the words he spoke over there, he was talking to those in our room that went to college, right? You're not talking to the average person, So I mean, if you are a professor, you kind of break things down for people to absorb, to comprehend what you were saying, right? And that's why it means, at least from my perspective, to be a professor. You have to know your audience, and besides that, you don't talk down to people like that. I think the language was too strong, coming from him. Whether people criticize the late Grigsby or not, when you are in politics, guess what, Patrick? It's not a pretty place. So the fact that you receive criticism, it doesn't mean that, you should talk to people like that. The moral deprivation, and all the different words you're using. I just thought that's an example why the progressive did not take. Am I pro? I'm one of the people that actually admire what the progressive did in the country. Their legacy, I can say here, for example, and be the party who disparage and criticize the progressive. They did their part. Our generation, I don't know what we can point to that we fought for. Right now, we are sitting around and we're watching some of them. They are sinking praises beyond Romeo Quioh. They are sinking praises beyond Sonnyboy, Noah, that are not doing anything for our people, right? But those guys, they made major sacrifices for the country, and I get respect for them. But I think their level of arrogance they exude, the way they spoke, their language didn't come down to the level of the people. And that's why they didn't take state power in the country. But just my thought on that, Patrick. Their service is going back and forth. All right, now, if you have any comment to make, go ahead, or else next thing.
Yeah. So just to interject, the progressives were not denied power. The people did not deny them power. No, I have not seen any arrogance.
The presidency.
Yeah, the presidency. Of course, they were not denied the presidency. They have been no time they requested it and they were not given it. It's just that they don't want it. They
run for president in that country, Patrick?
Yes. Several of them ran for president, but it was not on the basis that they were progressives. Because at the time the presidency was given to them, at the time the offer came to them, they said no, they don't want it. And it was not the cause. It was not the reason why they advocated or the reason why they agitated for change in the country. They were changing the country for all Liberians and not for themselves particularly, and that's why they refused the presidency when it was given to them on two separate occasions. And so we must.
What do you mean, Patrick? They refused the presidency. What do you mean?
When the coup took place, the progressives were approached to assume leadership immediately. They said no.
Is certain Romeo Manneh, or is it a fact?
Not Romeo.
The military people will not take power, and then they ask somebody else to be the head. But go ahead.
Yeah, but the military acted in line with the progressives. The progressives were the ones who were doing everything. They were the technocrats. The military only carried a gun. They had a gun, but the progressives were the planners. They were the mastermind. They were the technocrats behind everything. In fact, maybe they were just being afraid to take power because Sinoe. That's why maybe they were being afraid. But they were approached to take power, but they refused, and that's how some of them were giving jobs.
Besides that Romeo, the guys ran for office. Took back na people that ran and they were not elected by the Liberian people. So that means that they did something wrong somewhere for which the people did not gravitate towards them. And I just saw again that's the statement from the professor is an example. The language was so strong. They talk down to the people, and I don't think you should be speaking of that. If you're an enlightened person, you are an educated person, you shouldn't talk down to the people like that. But let's move on to the next thing, Patrick. Let's move on to the next thing.
Yeah.
So let's talk about. I want this one to be last. So let's talk about Senator Crayton Duncan has been making headways lately in Sinoe County, across the county as a whole. He's been doing some stuff. So for example, he got some school buses in Sinoe County. Yeah, school buses for our children. Patrick, give you a thought on it, and then I will give my thought on it, and then we'll move on. But I mean, I have some thoughts, I think, but I always like to be the last to hear from what you guys on the ground you're saying. So let's start from the school buses. But before you go there, as a matter of fact, let me show the quick video clip when he was bringing the buses in, when he brought them. Okay, so Patrick, just a little bit of the video over there from Crayton Duncan, bringing in the buses inside the county, which I think, again, I will share my thought, but go ahead.
Yeah, so my thought is a two-way street. First, Duncan's donation is commendable, presenting 3 school buses. I know this is not the first time. He did it before when you were representative. Now he has done it again as senator. And, you know, that is highly commendable. It's relieving. It gives dignity to education in one way, that the students would not be walking in the rain. I mean, they will have a ride to school. When students ride to school, and ride to and from school, they feel steady pride and dignity in their education. So I must commend him. And doing so as an individual lawmaker or as an individual citizen, it's not bad. We must commend him. We must clap for him. We must really celebrate him for this gesture on a personal note. Oh God.
Go ahead. I understand, man.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Does it change the system? That's the question. Does it change the system? What happens is Senator Duncan is not senator anymore. Who maintains the buses? Who services the buses? Who brings new buses? Or who replaces the buses when he's not senator anymore? So that is a question. So I would have thought that Senator Duncan and others, they should use oversight. I have always said, to do it individually, it is good. You'll be praised, you'll be elected over and over again. Everything will be fine. But when you shall have left the same, who does and continues what you do? That is the question. So I feel there, Senator Duncan, now that they have the time, the power, the leadership, and the oversight in their hands, they should change the system. For instance, the issue of education or public transportation or social services is a constitutional right. It's an obligation by the government. It is in the Constitution. If you read it, it is there. When the students in Greenville and other places don't have buses, oversight requires you to call the National Transit Authority or the Ministry of Education or other relevant authority to ask them, why is it that MCSS in Monterey County it has school buses? Why is it that MVTC has school buses? Why is it that BWR got buses? Why is it that Tottenham got buses, but Sandomore, LTC Davis, and other public high schools in Sando don't have buses? Oversight can compel them to provide those buses because the students in those counties are equally important as students in Monterey County. So oversight could solve the problem. And when oversight solves the problem, what it does is that the buses will be coded GSE. And every 3 years, the government will be reminded. Every 3 years, the government will be reminded in its budget that there are 3 buses in Sando for students to use there. And every 3 years, when government replacing cars on the GSA policy, they will make sure that 3 buses go back to Sinoe there. That's what the system does. So when we use a system to achieve some of these good things, it continues, it lives on, it goes beyond election, it goes beyond generations, and I think that's what Senator Duncan should be doing. So we consider this a personal initiative as a senator, but I will also encourage him in this personal gesture. I will encourage him to work with other lawmakers to ensure that they make use of the system, the constitution, and existing principles of governance, so that the issue of buses, electricity, water, and other basic social services citizens will be having access to are not on the personal level, are not enjoyed as one's personal advantage. Yeah, you can do it. What happens if you have less power? All the good things I was doing, for example, now he's not in power anymore. All the personal donations we're making and helping people all over the place. Today he's not in power today. Who's helping those people, for example? If there was a system, for example, that Jewish people get help from government, of course it will continue. Senator tell you all the things he was doing when he was senator, bidding this, bidding that. Who takes care of those things now? What is the budget for those things? Now he's not in power. And everything that all lawmakers have done in the past, who is continuing with those things right now? Who is doing those things? Nobody. So I believe now the system should work for the people instead of the individuals working for the people. I hear back to for your own view and thought.
Yeah, Patrick, well said. Well said. Like you, I think my observation is twofold, right? So temporarily, I mean, it's a good move, right? I mean, the children. I mean, even though not all the children in Sinoe County, just if you are in Greenville, right? If you are lucky to be in the city area, you'll be lucky to ride to be on the bus to go to school. But once you get outside the perimeter of Greenville, if you are in Jerusalem, if you are in Diambo, you are in Putu or other area. I mean, Putu is in Granji there, but if you are in Pine Town or different towns, the buses are not for you. So like you said, we need systematic approach to the way we do things, the way we lead the country. I mean, there's individual, you use a word donation, right? And that is the problem in the country. Politicians, they donate, to the people instead of, I don't know, I'm in the US, I've not seen a politician donating to people here. The guys, they take on a project, they use the people taxes to build massive projects, to do things that will better the lives of the people. But our politicians in Liberia, Crayton Duncan, for example, the first buses he bought for our people, they got rotten in no time. And now he brought new buses again. Another concern that I have is, okay, it's a good thing to bring buses again, but the element of accountability, where are you getting the money from? And that's what I want to know too as well. Why is it that the school system in the country, Ministry of Education, cannot buy buses for the schools across the country? But then individual lawmakers, in the history of Sinoe County, it's my first time to see a lawmaker doing this, the project of this magnitude. Crayton Duncan alone is buying all these buses. The question is, where is he getting the money from? When they are saying the government is struggling to get money, where is Crayton Duncan getting money from? What deals is he quoting to get the money? How much each of these vehicles they cost? Some of these things, they are obscure. We don't know. So Crayton Duncan is just doing these things, and we don't know where he's getting the money from. And is he selling our resources when he goes out there? What exactly is he doing? So we shouldn't just look at it on the surface. He's our lawmaker. When he does anything, he has to give us detail. We have to know detail about this thing. Crayton Duncan fooled us before that you were bringing people to the U.S., 300 or 400 persons. Nobody has come to the U.S. And so the guy is now buying buses. Did he struck a deal with some of these people that you were contracting with to bring people to America, and that didn't work? So I mean, there are a lot of shady things around Crayton Duncan that I have issue with. But does he get gratitude for buying buses for the student in Greenville? Of course, yes. Outside of Greenville, well, when you are in Bubadi, you're on your own. When you are in Pelican, you still walk to school. So, and that's why we need a systemic approach to the problem. This piecemeal, this a periodic donation to the people leading the country like on charity. I mean, it's not the solution to the problem of the country. And another thing that I noticed with the politicians is, I mean, why is it that when I gave Milton Shigwe something, for example, why should I put my name, my picture, all over that thing? If I give somebody a gift, do I have to, I mean, decorate that thing with my images? I mean, why? Why we do that? But again, a political donation. It's not something that they're actually doing to solve the problem in the country. They use it to run campaign, to tell the people, oh yeah, Crayton Duncan gave me buzz yesterday. But again, this guy is not doing you a favor. You got to understand that. Crayton Duncan is not doing you a favor. You elected the man to do something for the country. So it's not a favor. He is doing his job. But again, that is not his job to buy buses. His job is to put money in the budget for various institutions to do stuff. The Ministry of Education, I mean, the reason that, I mean, there's another video where I will listen to him. I will play it shortly, where he's talking about, oh, when the people cannot afford to get benches for the school building that I built, I will do that. The reason why the people cannot afford, you know why? It's because when you look at the national budget, when Crayton Duncan and his colleagues want to go to make the budget, they put astronomical amount in their budget on their side. All right. So the very institution that's supposed to get the money, they don't get the money. So they get the money, and that's why, because they do that again for political continuity so that they can remain in power. So yeah, they put the money there and they buy buses. I don't know what the money in the case of Crayton Duncan. We don't know where his money is coming from. All right. He's just buying all these things. We don't know where the money is coming from. And that's a question that we should ask. Where is Crayton Duncan getting the money from to do all these things? Okay. Temporary things, of course. All right. Let me play this video. Again, we are talking about Crayton Duncan rolling out a couple of projects in Sinoe County. All right. And he's been making some moves lately. Why is that so? I mean, the guy just literally loves the people of Sinoe County, or he wants something bigger. All right. And I think if he asks me, he wants something bigger. But let's listen to this video, for example. Then watch the video, I should say.
So the ribbon has been cut, folks. Thank you so kindly. Wherever you find yourself, however.
This ribbon as a symbol that this building is now open to serve our people of this statutory district. In the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, and in the name of the blessed Holy Spirit.
Folks, it is what it is.
Okay, Patrick, that's one of the projects, the school building. I think this one was in Diambo. All right. That was dedicated by Crayton Duncan. Patrick, there was something about that video that I just saw, right? I mean, if you look in that building, I mean, I don't see it like a school. I see it like a warehouse, because it's a one massive big room. I've never seen a school like that before. So was it, I mean, these guys, they build warehouses and they call them schools, right? So I saw a warehouse. If you want to have a party, that's where you can go if you want to put your goods. It looks like it to me, but that thing doesn't look like a school. It does not look like a school to me. So I don't know, Patrick. This thing that Crayton Duncan is doing, it's just an insult to our people. You build a warehouse, so all the classes they'll be in that warehouse and sitting down in there. No blackboard, no AC, no chalkboard. They just build a bunch of blocks and put them together, and you call it school. And when you find out, Patrick, Crayton Duncan school children don't go to those kind of schools, and that's what all the politicians do in the country. They build things they call school or schools, but they don't send their children there. They don't send their family members there. They either, if their children are going to school in the country, they send them to different private schools. They send them to Indian schools. They send them to the private school in Liberia that are the higher level, like the Well Headstone, the Cathedral, those top schools in the country. That way, they don't send their children to what they call government school, those schools that they build. And that is the issue of the problem with Crayton Duncan. And some of these things, it's not only limited to Crayton Duncan. It's just a national political issue. All the politicians, they do the same thing. They build a structure, they call it a school, they build something they call hospital, and they don't go there themselves. They don't send their children there, And so, Patrick, that's the thing about what Crayton Duncan is, because they know no quality in these things that they build, they call schools, and that's the problem. The day I see Crayton Duncan children going to those schools, all the politicians, the schools that they build, and when their children start going there, they are not sending them overseas. They are not sending them to different top level Indian schools in the country, what they call foreign schools in Liberia, and they're going to those schools they build. I would say, okay, maybe quality in it, but that man married, the old man, double child in the village, they can go to any school. And you find out, the people that are teaching those schools, they are not even up to high school level. They don't even graduate college, So this is a band-aid solution to a soul that is bleeding, and that's what's going on in that country. And I have problem with some of the things that Crayton Duncan and all the people they are doing. Politicians that do personal projects, they are not doing it as a government, as a leadership. And like you pointed out, so that when they leave, you have budgetary allocations for those things so that they will be maintained. But no maintenance option that they do it, So actually, let me play the other video too as well. He did one project, I think it was in Namapo, no, not Namapo, but Wedja.
Take away. I want to take away.
Thank you. But the most thank you must go to those people that left Flantown and went to my village in Lexington. They said, Chief, we came to you. I remember them that evening. We can't ask you just for one thing to do for our children. The distance is small children can walk. It's too long for them. Please help us to build our elementary school. So I told them I will come to see the place. Today, I have not come to see, I have come to turn it over to you. So the representative of the Sinoe school system here, I'd like to say thank you for coming. We see that there will be no chairs in the school. I'd like to know if it is the responsibility of the Ministry of Education to put chairs in the school. Since we build it, they want to know what the ministry is going to do about that. But if you don't have anything to do concerning the chairs, then my students can be standing up to be learning book. So we will ask the carpenter here in the town to check the amount of chairs in the school. And we'll be responsible to fix all the chairs for the students. So in this light, I will ask the representative of the school system and myself to cut the ribbon so we can look in the school and see how it's looking. The Minister of Education, on behalf of the people of Sinoe, and in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I hereby cut this ribbon to open the doors to our young children to learn. And so we do so.
Thank you. Go ahead. Wait a bit.
Patrick, that's the COD. What do you make of this too as well? COD is making headway in Sinoe, man.
Oh yes, I mean this is one of amongst everything COD has done, building youth centers, building infrastructure. That school project that he put over there, look, is one of the most commendable things that should be celebrated. Look, I tell you something. I ran a radio show one time on that area. The distance the children walk from that flat town to Nompo, Quioh town, from Niastown all the way to that area, as far as the gate, you can find a single elementary school around that route. The only place you can find an elementary school or a junior high school is all the way in Quioh town in Nompo. You got to cross, the river they call Wani. You got to cross that river, and then you enter. Before you enter Quioh town. So the students used to walk 6 hours every day, Monday to Friday, 6 hours. And if there was a person having back in that community, that person would make about 5 rounds, to haul students to and from that place. It was too costly for parents there. But a few parents who took the courage to still send their children to school in a longer distance, we must commend them. They really value their children's education. But now that COD has put an elementary school in between there, it comes as a great relief. And for this one, whether it's systemic or whether it's personal, it's political, for this one, we must commend him. We must give him the credit. We must give him the flowers. That project over there, that school building over there, it saves lives, and then it guarantees children's future in that area. Yeah, it's a good one. That one, I give it to him. To conclude, now that it's there, he asked a question whether the Ministry of Education will put chairs, or if they can make it, then he will put chairs. Again, COD, that's a good thing. Again, now that you're advocating, for example, you still be president, you are advocating for us to take charge of our mineral resources. Let's advocate also too for the system to work for the students. So use the oversight now to tell the CEO or the school system, use the oversight to tell them this is what we must put here for education. It should not even be chairs. Talk about recreation. Talk about other facilities that make learning conducive and make learning very productive, and not just chairs. So he must also now add his voice to them to say, This is what I want here. Now I have built it for you. Put this here, put that here. And I think that's how it should be.
Yeah, Patrick, thank you. I think again, something is better than nothing. But I don't. If you have something that is devoid of quality, I mean, I think putting a bunch of blacks together and just putting name on it as a school, I don't think that what is. I mean, that's not what school is, you know. But I just want to say thanks to Crayton Duncan for building another warehouse. Because the warehouses he building, you saw the one in Diambo High looking at the whole big hall in there, and then the people go sit down, they go sit down and says SOSO, Geo go, and that's it. But Patrick, Crayton Duncan is buying buses. Crayton Duncan is building schools around the county. Patrick, the fundamental question is, where is this man getting the money from? Where is he getting the money from? I mean, the source of the money is what I'm looking at. If Crayton Duncan was Mark Zuckerberg or Donald Trump, you know, before he becomes president, I wouldn't be too, you know, critical of him. But the guy was broke yesterday. And since the guy got in the Capitol building, he's just doing all these things. Where is the money coming from? That's what we need, the source of the brothers' income. Because they say the money they're getting paid, the money not enough, and all the different. So you can build school buildings and buy buses from just your income. Crayton Duncan is doing something that we don't know. He has to disclose that to us. But when you were talking, there was something he said, right? About he said something from the beginning of his speech. He said the people from where he built the school, they literally had to go to him and they beg him to build the school. When the people elect you, do they have to beg you to do something for them? They literally went there to Crayton Duncan, to Lexington, he said. The people went there to hold his feet, to beg him to build a warehouse for them. Come on, people. But when you elect somebody, do you have to beg the person to do their job? Or you hire somebody for a job, you have to beg the person. So the people are going around Sinoe County, they're begging the people they elected to do something. That was alarming to me, Pastor, when you said that. The people.
Yeah, so.
No, Pastor, let me finish my own. Let me talk my own, then you talk your own. You know?
Okay.
The people can't say, please help. Please. The people are begging their leaders. Why? It's because, you know why the people are begging the leaders? Patrick, look at your budget. Look at your country budget, and you know why the people are going to the leader to beg. The lawmakers and their staff, the lawmaker total together, all of them, I think about 103 guys. Their lawmaker, because 30 senators and 73 representatives, he put them together, the 103 or so. And then when you add that stuff, Patrick, at least on Joseph Boyka, they reduce it a little bit. On George Weah, it was $64 to $65 million those guys were getting. And George on Boyka, they reduce it a little bit to $30 million. I don't know whether they think working. You gotta see the video freezing here a little bit. All right, guys, if you're following, man, just let me know whether our video is live. Because I'm seeing it frozen here on my device here. But hopefully it's up. So, but Patrick, the people, they had to beg because the lawmakers are taking the money and putting it, and when you look at the budget, they put it on their own budget line. And that's what happened. But Patrick, go ahead. What's your thought? You are saying something.
Yeah. So you made a good point about the leaders. Should the leaders be begged to do certain things? Look, sometimes, my brother, sometimes if you can't find it, if you cannot find it in your own backyard, you go for it outside. For the leaders of that community to have gone as far as Lexington, it shows to them that, to some extent, too, they have one way or the other. They were one way or the other forgotten by their own people. that district was represented by its own son before. And the condition existed. You know, it didn't change. Another son of that district again came to leadership and it didn't change. So maybe they thought now that, okay, say our own children came here, they didn't change it. We are going as far as Lexington to ask for help. And I think that's what...
To a point, Patrick.
Yeah.
You got to understand, Crayton Duncan does not represent Lexington. He's a senator of Sinoe, the entire county. So let's make that point clear. Each county in the country has 2 senators. So the senator does not represent where he's from. So again, it goes to my point, Crayton Duncan is not doing us a favor here. He's doing a job, but the people should not beg Crayton Duncan. They should not go beg their senator to say, oh, you know, our children don't have schools. That's something that you already have to know because you live in that place. You know what your people need. You ran campaign, you look at the needs of the people, and you ran campaign. So you don't tell people, say, oh, the people literally back in Crayton Duncan. And he said, oh, I will do something about it. I will come see it. And now he built warehouse for us. Now, the man building warehouses all over the place. It's one massive room. Let the children say that Crayton Duncan children, the school they're going to, they're not warehouse. They get library, they get computer labs, they get everything, AC, everything running on the school that Crayton Duncan. But he built warehouses for our people. And the people have to beg him to build the warehouse or warehouses. So, Patrick, let's go to the major thing that we come for here today, at least one of the major things. But before we go, one more video of Crayton Duncan that I want us to listen to. All right. I know the people that are following, and there's a reason why I dress like this today, because I talked to the elders and the ancestors, and they said, Dr. Yopude, go in the traditional regalia and have a conversation with the people. So, guys, don't go away. We have one major talking point after this video.
Came on, they do not like our black color. Before they found Africa, they were making their own people to be slaves when your skin is now as white as the European skin. So the Asian people, the Chinese people, they were treating them like slaves. They never respected them to build their country. From the time they found Africa, the black man, they forgot about all the yellow skin, the red skin, the white skin. They focused all their attention to the black skin. That is why they took us and carried us as slaves. They carried us to fix the farm, to make the farm, plant cotton, plant sugar cane, so that they can get rich. They said we were 1/3 of a human being. They said we and them are not human beings. We are just, a human being constitute, a whole. But in our whole, they divide it into 3. They say one of that 3 that us. The other one end are them. Because we're not human beings. That in bottom line, we and them are the same. So in the country, black man was treated like not a human being. When the black man won't learn book, they will kill you when they find you learning how to read and write. So do not ever think in your mind that they will change their mind to come and help you. If you don't help yourself, your condition will never change from one generation to the next generation. I'll tell you one little story. Many times you think that we are so corrupt, we're eating all your money, so that's why your life is not changing. I want to agree with you partially, but that only 20% of the stealing that everybody's stealing is responsible for you to be poor. 80% of the reason you are poor is not the corruption that you're talking about every day. It's only 20%. 80% of the reason that you're suffering, that you can't change the place you live in, Your community can change. The same what us you in, the same us, the same condition from pa to son, from son to grandson and great-grand. What they do, they make you to look at us and get vexed. They make you to look at us and make palaver and get vexed that we the one. But you know what they do? They call it diversion. They divert your attention from the real reason why you're suffering. The real reason why you're suffering, that what we all suffering, is that the place that God put you, He put you there for a reason. And when He put you there, He put something there for you to survive. He put something there for you to get money, for you to get rich, for your condition to change. But we refuse to pay attention to it. So what the white men do, they divert your attention from the thing that God gave you and put your attention to something else. What God gave us, every human being that in a country, in Africa, God gave them something. Liberia, God gave us gold.
All right, Patrick, what did you take from that video?
My takeaway from that video is the whole advocacy is centered around economic liberation. Liberia should take charge of her own resources. Liberia should control her own resources. Liberians should be rich. Liberians should be rich out of their own resources. The foreigners should stop taking the resources and let Liberians themselves do what they can do with the resources and make money out of it. That's what I'm getting from it. And I think, and I agree with him. Actually, that yes, Liberians should innovate. Liberians should explode. Liberians should modify and modernize, mechanize, and industrialize their sectors so that they can make more money out of it. And that's what I'm taking it away from it.
Thank you. This is what I got from there. Yes, Patrick, historically, and even now, blacks are being suppressed by the white. That is true. But some of the things he said, they were fundamentally flawed. I mean, for example, he said when a black man wants to go to school, for example, they will not allow you. Where did Crayton Duncan go to school? He went to school in the white man land. He went to the white man school. He went to the University of Minnesota. The last time I checked. It's not a Liberian school. It's not a black school. So when you say the black man, it's not allowed to learn. Yes, the Constitution said, black man is 3/5 of a human being, all that different thing. But it's not the white man that is ruling Liberia. No. The leaders in Liberia are not white people. The leaders in Liberia are people that looks at Crayton Duncan. The leaders are Crayton Duncan, the Sonnyboy Noah, the Romeo Quioh. The leaders, the Boy Kai, those are the people that are leading the country. So they blame game. The man is you talk about diversion, right? He is taking attention from them. They that are leading the country and putting on the white man. But Crayton Duncan should take responsibility for what they're doing to the country. If you listen to the video, he said from 1847 up to now, the people that led the country since 1847, they were not white people. They were black people that were leading the country. And Crayton Duncan admitted, Patrick, he admitted that corruption is in Liberia. And guess what? He said 20% of the corruption in Liberia that they didn't want committing it. That was alarming to me. Patrick, 20% corruption is not small corruption. 20%, 20 out of 100, that's a lot. The guys are doing a lot of stealing. That from his own mouth, he said it. He said we're taking 20% of the corruption that's going on in the country, and 80% goes to the white people. I don't agree with Crayton Duncan. Patrick, when the white people come there, or the business people come to your country, and they want to make a deal for it, let's take Firestone. Who agreed to that deal? The white man forced you to say, you know what, give your land to me for 99 years and give, 50% or 50 cents on a dollar or 10 cents on a dollar? Was it a white man that forced you? You agree. Your ancestors agree to do that. They took the deal. Why is it that Botswana is doing well in Africa? It's because they are not taking any shady deals. Crayton Duncan right now is building, schools and warehouses and buying buses, but we don't know where he's getting the money from. What do you think he is doing? Who do you think he's taking money from? So when they make these shady deals, and then they come to the people and then they blame different people. The man telling you 20% of the corruption in Liberia will take responsibility for. The guys are stealing massively. Patrick, if 20% of 1 million, that's a lot of money. All right? So Crayton Duncan admitted to you that they're stealing in the country. And that's what you need to develop your country. You don't need leaders that take 20% of your resources that are stealing from you. That was embarrassing. And he blamed the white people for your problem when he's telling you what the problem is. What the problem is in the country that they don't want stealing. They're stealing 20% from his own mouth. So, Patrick, you know what your problem is. Your politician is telling you, your lawmaker is telling you we are stealing 20% of your resources. All right? So now, Patrick, let's go to the last one I want to talk about today. This is very important.
Just 5 seconds quickly. 5 seconds quickly.
Go ahead.
So Duncan must be commended for his honesty, for his allusion, his admittance that yes, they are responsible, for corruption, for the poverty of the citizens at 20%. That alone shows that he carries some level of integrity and honesty in him as a leader. To admit before the people that yes, I'm doing some wrong things too. And I think we should be commended for that.
No, Patrick, I cannot commend you when you take an action that is making our children illiterate. There are no roads in the country. The roads in the country, they are death trap. When no illiteracy in the country, when no good health care in the country, Patrick, I can't praise you when you are stealing the money and women are dying at breath because they are not getting the treatment they're supposed to get when they go to the hospital. No, I can't praise you for that. I can't praise you when we don't have ambulance when somebody's sick. They have to put them on motorbike because you are stealing the money in the country. That you don't need praise for that. Thank you for your honesty, but your honesty is killing our people. Your corruption is killing the people in the country. They don't have resources. You are building white houses right now where your children don't go. I'm not praise you for that, Patrick. We're definitely on this one. I'm not going to praise you for building warehouse where your child, your family members are not even going. Before I'm not talking about your children. No. Patrick, let's go to the next thing. Don't get me fired up right now. Don't get me fired up. Let's go to the next thing here. Now, the next thing will get me fired up. Our listeners, we want to say thank you for staying with us thus far. The reason I dress like this is because last night I had a conversation with the elders and the ancestors. Remember, I'm the spokesperson of the elders and the ancestors. And the elders, we gathered on the cola tree last night. You got to understand, they will say, oh, what a cola tree. The elders are ubiquitous. What that means is they are everywhere. They are omnipresent. They are not only inside the country, no. In as much you see Daxa Yopude, once you see Patrick, once you see Milton Shigbe, you are the replication of the elders. The elders, you are your DNA, you are the elders. So wherever you are, the elders are with you. So we sat on the cola tree last night. And they said, Daxa Yopude, we designated you as the spokesperson of us and our children and everybody else. But that we have been seeing injustice. Injustice. We are seeing traitors in our midst, our children. They are betraying us. We are in them, but the values that we put in them, they are becoming enemies of us. That's what the elder told me last night. So they said, Daxa Yopude, go and address the statements made by our children. The children we sent in the Capitol building to seek our interests. They are not private citizens. They don't have their own private business where they can make unilateral decisions. Before Sonnyboy Noah, before Romeo Quioh makes the decision, It has to be to the acquiescence, our agreement. We, the people, must agree. They are our representative. When you are representative, you don't represent yourself. You are representing people. So you don't make capricious and whimsical decisions or right statements. So they are the ancestor, the trade dogs, and you put there, go and talk to the people. And that's what I'm about to do. So, Pastor, let's go to the statements of Romeo, Quioh, and Alex Sonnyboy Noah. So, we call that proposal poo-pooed. It's a fancy word for reject. The guys rejected our position, our proposal. We, the people. The Constitution is right before me here. We, the people. What we are asking for. The people that we send to work for others say, no, we're better than you. You don't know any better. So, Pastor, let's go into the statement. We'll go by one by one. For let's look at Sonnyboy Noah. Romeo Quioh a little bit, his statement a little bit sophisticated. Sonnyboy Noah statement. My daughter in I've written research can do a better job. But let's look at Sonnyboy Noah first. And some of us will say this from the beginning. Putting Sonnyboy Noah in power. Putting Romeo Quioh in power. People will say, mistake. That is not mistake. It's what both men call blunder. That was a blunder that the people made. Because the guys, their behavior was palpable. It was visible. But the people, when the spokesperson of the others, when I speak, when the spokesperson of the elders and the ancestors speaks, they don't listen sometimes. And so you have a Sonnyboy Noah and a Romeo Quioh. Nobody carry complaint to them. Nobody can petition them. They whimsically and capriciously went on Facebook to register their opposition to us. We the people that get a job. Our people. Let me play the statement for you. Let me share a part so we can dissect what this guy wrote word for word in their own words, not in my words. Let me share this with us. Let me go in the archive. I send this thing to myself for the record. So in the future, when somebody want to lie, I say, no, you can't lie. It has been put in the archive for our children to read. All right. Let me see. Let's do Sonnyboy Noah. Let's do Noah first. And Noah right here. That is statement from a page, a Facebook page. All right. So let me make it a little bigger. Then we'll read Sonnyboy Noah and we'll go to Romeo Quioh, the professor, the doctor. Dr. Romeo Quioh. All right, let me kind of reduce it a little bit again. It's kind of going out of the way. All right, let's do it that way. That orientation. Hopefully you see it. So this is what Sonnyboy Noah wrote. If you don't know Sonnyboy Noah by the way that they man right here, let me put a picture there first so our people can see our man. This is Sonnyboy Noah. Alex Sonnyboy Noah. The people say I have left Sonnyboy Noah for a while. But when you step on my people, when you put your needs on my people's neck, then of course the spokesperson will come up. Sonnyboy Noah, who is eating $75 fruit at Royal Hotel, is the man now that is stepping on our neck. Our people don't eat $75. Fruit. No. They can't even afford $75 plate. I'm talking about US dollar. The man can go to Royal Hotel. A place Sonnyboy Noah can eat. The food they can call, I don't know that not too sophisticated, not too quick for him. The man can go to Royal Hotel to order $75 US fruit. That's Sonnyboy Noah there for you. So now, let's go through the statement of Sonnyboy Noah. All right. What Sonnyboy Noah is saying to us. Father, let's read this. They say for immediate release, September 4th, 2025. Today is the 11th. So a couple of days ago, Sonnyboy Noah wrote this. Sonnyboy Noah said it has come to the attention of the offices of honorable. No, you are dishonorable. When you are treating your people that day, you are not honorable. It has come to the attention of the offices of Honorable or Dishonorable Alex Sonnyboy Noah, Representative District number 3. Okay, the word representative is in our sentence. Who is a representative? Who are you representing? Are you representing yourself or the people? But you said District number 3. Okay, let's go ahead. Representative District number 3 in Sinoe County regarding growing waves, tensions, mixed reactions, and bitter exchanges on the social media. Our lawmaker saw stuff on Facebook, on WhatsApp, and he comes probably to issue a statement opposition to that. It did not come to your office, Sonnyboy Noah. Stop and go on Facebook. So every time Sonnyboy Noah sees something on Facebook, on WhatsApp, on TikTok, Sonnyboy Noah will come issue statement and give his position. I'll read that before we go into analysis. He has come to the attention of officers of Honorable Alex Sonnyboy Noah, Representative District number 3, Sinoe County, regarding growing waves, tensions, mixed reactions, and bitter exchanges on the social media, Facebook, WhatsApp, etc. And street corners, things that are happening in street corner gossips regarding the creation of a Sarpo County, with Honorable Noah being the center of discussion that has pleased the discussants thus far. Okay, Sonnyboy Noah is saying the man is the center. How is that so? Okay, let's go into the statement. We are quite aware, as a politician, that is Sonnyboy Noah, and team, that in the event of contemplating on ways and means of making earnest and persistent strives for the well-being of your constituents and the Liberian people in general, some overnight, that's Sonnyboy Noah talking about, some overnight misguided, misinformed politicians and fanatic followers of and detractors who want to thwart your focus, but will see us though and stiff resistance to all the unfounded. Okay, so Sonnyboy Noah is saying all the people that are talking, they are detractors, they are misinformed, they are misguided politicians. There are people that are not liking, so they will receive stiff resistance. But what I read in this sentence, the core of which what the people have been talking about is called the Sarpo County. So when Sarpo County comes up, why Sonnyboy Noah wants strong resistance? Why? It's not talking about different, it's not talking about your income and say, oh, we'll take Sonnyboy money for him, then you get resisting. They are talking about Sarpo County. So why is Sarpo man opposing Sarpo County? Let's read Sonnyboy Noah. He said, we would like to categorically, that's Sonnyboy Noah, when he said categorically, the man don't have no extra room for reconsideration. We like to categorically state for the records this on this medium that while the Constitution of Liberia gives all Liberian citizens, there will be citizens, right? Okay. Citizens the rights to petition the government as provided for or as referenced in Article 17 of the 1986 Constitution, our officers have gotten no notification. Okay, Sonnyboy Noah, what are you replying to? If you have not received notification, why are you coming public? And I educated the boy a long time ago, Sonnyboy Noah, but he doesn't want to listen. So the man is saying, nobody came to him. We would like to categorically state for the records on the medium. Now, while the Constitution of Liberia gives all Liberian citizens the right to petition the government as provided for or as referenced in Article 17 of the Liberian Constitution, 1986 Constitution, our officers have gotten no notification or petition in such regards. Hence, we take no interest in anything that has the proclivity to dividing our county. Okay, what are you responding to then? What are you responding to if you never got a petition, if you never got a notification? What are you refusing? So Sonnyboy Noah said, we remain focused, resolute, resolved in ensuring the education for our constituents and all of Sinoeans, job creation, infrastructure development, and most importantly, keeping the mutual coexistence of our people. Okay, in that sense, there are plenty in there. The unemployment rate in Santa County is 99.99%. But Sonnyboy Noah said they focus on job creation. Infrastructure, the bus, when I show some Crayton Duncan buses, and all buses, the road there that marked, but the man said they're focusing on infrastructure development and keeping mutual coexistence. Our people being existing in peace, that we understand that. So the man said, we are confident that by the end of tenure, by the end of tenure, our district will not be the same as we met it. We are calling on all of our supporters and everyone of District Number 3, Sinoe County, that our offices remain open to you and be cautioned that peace and unity will allow us reap the benefits of our decision made. Thank you, and may our Creator bless you. Okay, that's Sonnyboy Noah right there. Patrick, what do you make of Sonnyboy Noah? My man said we are misguided.
So
we are misinformed. Go ahead.
Yeah, so in the first place, Sonnyboy Honorable Noah, he failed in his constitutional responsibility and oversight assigned to him as a representative of the people. He failed. He disappointed the people, and he put himself on the bus. Look, let's assume that yes, people flew with the information on Facebook and they were targeting him. Maybe they were targeting him in various posts and you know. The first thing that is required under the Constitution, you know, under the responsibility of Honorable Noah is, first of all, confirm for the people what their problem is or what the issue you are seeing on Facebook. The issue you are seeing on Facebook, the rumor you've been hearing, the target, the way you've been maybe targeted, for example, or the place for placing you in the center of the information that you are seeing or you've been hearing on Facebook. First of all, your first responsibility as a representative of the people is to first confirm for them what the issue is or was. So you call them to a meeting, call them to your office if you like, or call them to your home if you like, and ask them, what is it I'm seeing on Facebook? What is it that everybody is talking about me? What is it you're talking about here? I don't have any idea, because in the first place, you should be confused in the first place that you don't even have any notification on your desk. You don't have any official communication on your desk. You don't have any petition on your desk. So now you are left discombobulated. You're left in the middle. So to ascertain for yourself, to know whether what you are saying is true or not, you invite them as part of your oversight. You call them to your office. If they can't come to you, you call them. After hearing from them, whether it makes sense, it does not make sense, whether it's divisive, it's not divisive, whether it's timely or untimely, whatever nature you can, or whatever nature or category you want to put a particular campaign in, is up to you. But in the first place, inviting them, if they had a petition already ready, request for it. Request for it. If they already have it with them, request for it. If they don't have it, encourage them to work on it. And why are you encouraging to work on it? Why are you asking for it, or why are you encouraging to work on it? The reason is you want to know, first of all, before you say anything about it, whether yes or no, you want to know, first of all, what is in it? What is in the petition? You want to know what is in the petition. Okay, so now, if they fail to give you the petition, then of course you have a ground. But you don't even know what is in the petition, what the petition is calling for, what they say, what their point is. You are not our Noah and our Quioh. They are not technocrats, they are not engineers, they are not geographers, they are not from land authority, they are not from they call the other, they are not from the Governance Commission, they are not from any other source of authority, they are from the legislature. And their role in the legislature, I mean, it is defined on 3 cardinal responsibilities: to make laws. And content creation is part of lawmaking. It's in Article 34 of the Constitution, to make laws. To represent. Representation is part of your responsibility because the people sitting in Vubadi, in Sinkon, in Joason, in Wakaba, in Tajuwon, in Sanquin, you are there representing them. So that's a responsibility. You are the ear, you are the mouth, you are the eye. And the whole idea about representation, it came from Athens. And you know, from Greeks. The people used to meet to discuss, you know, everything. But then as a number grew larger, they said no. Everybody can fit in one hall now. Everybody can fit in one square right now. So what we can do now, let's use what we call representative and direct representative democracy. That's how the whole idea came about. America took it, they improved on it, we borrow it, now we brought it here. So when you are there, you are the eyeball, you are the nose, you are the mouth, you are the ear, you are the butt, you are everything for them because you represent them. Now, the third part is called oversight. Oversight is now where they can reach, where they can put their mouth, where their folk can reach, where they don't have the power, you know, what they don't have the power to do, you do it on their behalf. So you ask for the petition. If they never had it, ask them to produce it. You read through it. Only one thing you have to do, and that thing is present it to the speaker. Put a communication on the floor in line with Article 34 of the Constitution. All the lawmakers are creating districts. Okay, so for example, why would a lawmaker put communication on the floor to create a sanitary district? A lawmaker puts communication on the floor to create a city. A lawmaker will put communication on the floor to create a township. A lawmaker will put communication on the floor to create a clan or chiefdom or whatever political subdivision, but a lawmaker cannot put a communication on the floor to create a county. Why? So all you need to do is put the communication on the floor. It is now in a preview. Constitutionally, it's by the rules of the House of Representatives and the Senate. It is now in the preview, in the authority and power of plenary to listen to the arguments. Maybe Lofa will say no. Maybe representative from Lofa will say no. Maybe representative from Nima will say no. Maybe representative from Grangida will say yes, it makes sense. Maybe representatives from Maryland will say yes, it makes sense. Everybody will argue the point. But at the end of the day, minority will have the say, majority will have the will. Whether it passes or not, you as a representative, you have performed that one singular act of oversight. You have performed that one singular act of representation. You have performed that one singular act of lawmaking. Whether it passes, it's not you. Like Sister said, like what your name? Is this Pilot? Yeah, like Pilot said, well, for me, I wash my hands. There's Christ for you. Do whatever you can do with him. So if it passes, fine. It's a boost for you. Perhaps, who knows? You have become the first senator of the county, or maybe you have become the first senator because it was through you it was created. If it fails, posterity also celebrates you. Posterity also recognizes you. It honors you. It remembers you for your gallantry, your fortitude, your bravery, your courage, your representation, and your art, of patriotism for the people. Or towards the people.
Okay, let me come here. Let me tell you where you are speaking very well.
So in conclusion, everything no one. In whatever description or characteristics the whole thing was being said or was intended for, And he failed in this one important purpose for which the people represented him, which is representation, lawmaking, and oversight. He failed in this one very big time. He failed in it. And the only reason why he failed in it, because he was just being politically ambitious. 2029 is the only reason why he did it. Who said no one could not have done it? He could have done it, but because 2029 is right around the corner, maybe he wants to be re-elected. So politically, it became inconvenient for him and dangerous, and that's the reason why he vetoed it. Thank you.
Okay, so now you see, the guys were elected on this document, as you referenced earlier. Okay, this is the document they were elected on. So if you read the preamble here, it started with key words here. We are the pronoun we, right? It's not Sonnyboy Noah alone. It's not we. Okay, so it's the we, the people of the Republic of Liberia. Okay, let's go down. We don't want to establish the document. And then when you look at Article 1, Patrick, they say that all power is inherent in the people. Okay? Sonnyboy Noah is not the people. He represents the people. Romeo Quioh is not the people. He represents the people. So they say all power is inherent in the people. So when the people are asking for something, as a matter of fact, in the case of Sonnyboy Noah, his communication was rash. It was impetuous. It was uninformed. The man said, "I hearing things in the corner. I seeing things on Facebook, on WhatsApp, on TikTok, on X." And why he responding to? So our office, the guy who is in our office, is very immature, unfortunately. You see, Patrick, this is what you get when you take Martin Koso to be your political advisor. You know what it means when you say somebody is a political advisor? When you take a Martin Gozo to be your political advisor, this is what you get. When you see your statement on Facebook, then you capriciously respond to it. Okay? This is what you get. When you don't quote that, say you put there for consultation, the man who speaks to the elders and the ancestors, and you listen to Martin Gozo. That one we're not doing anything. Sonnyboy Noah is over there, and the issue has not come to the office. The man already have the view that, you know what, I'm against this thing, so I must air my view, even if it did not come to my desk. Even if the people are making Sonnyboy Noah the center of Sarpo people having the accounting, it is not a bad thing to have the accounting. If it happened on the watch of Sonnyboy Noah, that's a plus for him. Those politicians that were in power when Buffalo were created, they got credit. Those politicians that were in power when Nima County were created, they got credit. Those politicians that were in power when Lofa County were created, they got credit. Why is it that Sonnyboy Noah is refusing credit for his own people? What? Now, before we beat on the guys more, let's go to Romeo Quioh. The worst of the worst. Sonnyboy Noah, the two of them, nothing came to their deaths, but the guys came public because they know both. Let me put the Constitution down here. We'll come to the Constitution in a little bit. Let's put Romeo Quioh up here. His statement. Let me get back to Romeo Quioh. The book, man, the kind of book Romeo Quioh wrote for us. The elders had to send me to break them one down. The man wasted on us. The man he knows book. Some people we are blessed. We have Romeo Quioh. And a small boy the man knows. Let's share the statement for you. The doctor, and the man at Dr. Patrick. Dr. Romeo Quioh. Boom. That's Mr. Quioh for you. Let's bring Mr. Quioh. All right. We'll read it slowly, ladies and gentlemen, so you can get our both, man. The man, Romeo Quioh, Joe also. The man say, "You give me the power, I will show my true color to you." The man did not joke. The man butchered in the communication. So now let's go to our lawmaker. let's see what he said. Based on rumors, nobody brought petition to the office. So they say about Professor Thomas, that man a professor of what's all, Professor Thomas Romeo Quioh, Sinoe County, District 1 representative as a citizen of the Republic of Liberia and Sarpo man. Okay, so they had to pull all that credential for him so you can know where he's coming from. Okay, so it says here, in recent times, that Romeo Quioh talking, it's not me, it's not Dark Side you put there. You don't know Romeo Quioh. Let me put the man picture someone before I put the man be bold there for you. Let me put the man. I'll put a picture there. The man ran on adequate representation. What he about to do right now, it constitutes adequate representation. The communication that I'm about to read right now, it constitutes adequate representation in the word of Thomas Romeo Quioh. Okay, healthcare delivery. That's what you ran on. Development, women empowerment, youth empowerment, and agricultural development. Those are the things he ran on. All right, that's Romeo Quioh for you. The man, he and Sonnyboy know how to running the competition. Who will wear the bigger rank, the gold rank? Who will wear the bigger gold watch? And the competition, the two of them on. But let's read the professor's statement. Okay, the professor of the Sarpo people, the man who ran 10 times and only won 11 times. The 11 and 10. Oh, that was 7 times he ran. I exaggerated a little bit, right? That's 7 or 6. Okay, well, that's what they call hyperbole.
Yeah, he ran 5 times. and
ran 5 times. And the people have video in.
And one at the sixth attempt.
Okay. So the man that ran 5 times. And the people say, you know what? Let's give it to him. And the man won by court verdict. I wouldn't win the man. He can't win convincingly. The man went to court, and the court said, Romeo Quioh win the election. And the man can be taught to us like that. Let the listen to the man. The man I went through the court. The man said in recent times, they call to divide Sinoe County. Again, like Sonnyboy Noel said, they going on Facebook, in Cash App, is going on in street corner, that gossip going around. That's what the guys are responding to. In recent times, they call to divide Sinoe County. First of all, the word divide here is misused. Okay? The word divide is misused. What is done by the lawmaker cannot be called division. What is put in law, what is put in our law book, you can't call that division. Okay? But again, Romeo Quioh is against himself. So he will use any jargon. Okay? In recent times, the call to divide Sinoe County and parts of Grand Jide to form what is being styled as Grand Sarpo County, all right, has resurfaced in our national conversation. All right, it's in street corner. It don't come to the media. Nobody, the president did not have press conference or the media. No, that the first media platform talking about it right now. At some point, Sinoe failed. Let me go there and say, at some point, some failed politicians linked me. Okay, you see, they're always talking about politicians, right? But they can't call the politician in. Some failed politicians linked me. As a Liberian who believes in the principles of unity, okay, Romeo Quioh believes in the principle of unity. National development, go look at Sinoe. That man was a development superintendent in Sinoe County. Go look at Sinoe County. And you say he believes in development, national development, and prudent governance. Yeah, that wise, okay. I feel compelled to add my voice firmly. The man, I didn't say softly, he said firmly. I don't know what word he was spelling over there. Allowing this proposal. I don't know what he was talking to say, but anyway. But the man is about firmly, strongly, robustly. Romeo Quioh is about to oppose. The man is compelled, the man is forced to speak out about things that happen in the corner. Okay? That going on social media, the man he feels compelled. That the word he uses, not my words. The man say, I'm compelled. I was not my word. I'm compelled to add my voice. Okay? Let me begin. You see, Romeo Quioh, when you can't help don't hurt. Okay? When you can help somebody, don't hurt the person. You are hurting yourself. You are not helping what you are doing. History will remember you badly. Okay, so Romeo Quioh said, let me begin by acknowledging the cultural richness and historical significance of the Sarpo ethnic group in Liberia. He knows how important we are. He recognizes that. Like all ethnic groups in our diverse nation, the Sarpo people have made meaningful. He not say unmeaningful. The people that made meaningful contribution, right? The people have made meaningful contributions to the fabric of our society. Their traditions, resilience, and persistence, or presence, sorry, and presence, particularly in parts of Sinoe and Grand Jide, are undeniable and deserve respect. Okay. However, the big however is there now. However, the creation of a new county should never, Romeo Quioh says, should never be reduced to an ethnic or sentimental pursuit. Okay. No, don't talk about it. You did all the meaningful things in the country. You are very, very important in the country. But no, don't talk about, having your county. It shouldn't be sentimental. It shouldn't be emotional. It should be robotic because you are robot. You don't have feelings. So take your feelings out of it. Romeo Quioh, your feelings are part of you. Okay? Your feelings. Any human being without feelings, you are dead or you are anesthetized. They pour that medicine in you and you can't feel anything. Your emotions are part of you. Okay? That is why when you even studied the great debater Cicero said, you appeal to emotion at a certain point to get your point across. And nothing wrong with emotional argument or presentation. Nothing wrong with that. Right? Anybody who is not emotional, you are not a human being. If emotions that allow you to have feelings for other people. But Romeo said, no, don't do it. It shouldn't be emotional pursuit. Okay, we are not doing it on emotion. Nobody is doing emotional stuff here. We are appealing to something that is constitutional. It's not emotional, it's constitutional. So Romeo said, county creation must be based on sound constitutional. It mentioned the constitution. And that's what we are referencing. It should be based on sound constitutional, economic, social, and geopolitical considerations. The name knows both. Geopolitical considerations, not tribal ambition or emotional justification. Okay, now Romeo talking to us. When the Crew people created Grand Crew County, no, it was on economic basis. It was on economic basis. It was on geopolitical considerations. No, it was not on tribal stuff. When they created, they didn't even call it different. They said Grand Crew to tell you that we the Crew people own the county. Grand Bassa County, the Bassa people got their own, but it was not tribal. It was not ethnic. No, when it comes to Sarpo people, then Romeo Quioh said, no, don't put your ethnic group inside. When you go to Grand Jide County, which is my paternal, my father county, not 7% of the people, or 90%, I should say, they are Crown people. But Romeo Quioh, the self-hatred. This man is called a house Negro. That's what Malcolm X calls it. You got a house Negro and a few Negro. The few Negro is advocating for liberation, while the house Negro is asking for oppression. That's why he's asking for. Romeo Quioh is now calling you different. We are emotional set of people. We don't take into social, political, economic, all that thing you're talking. That's what people have been talking about. So what Romeo Quioh went on, I'll read that paragraph. Let me begin by acknowledging the cultural richness and historical significance of the Sarpo ethnic group in Liberia. Like all ethnic groups in our diverse nation, the Sarpo people have made meaningful contributions to the fabric of our society. Their tradition, resilience, and presence, particularly in parts of Sinoe and Grand Jide, are undeniable and deserve respect. However, the creation of a new county should never be reduced to an ethnic or sentimental pursuit. Okay? County creation must be based on sound, constitutional, economic, social, and political considerations, not tribal ambition or emotional justification. While I oppose the creation of Grand Sarpo County. Romeo is about to tell us, he is about to give us the reasons he opposed the gossip they are hearing in corner. He doesn't even want it to come to light. He wanted to be buried in the corner, seeing Sonnyboy Noah. Those gossip should not even come to them. So they have to nip it in the bud, as American people would say. So they got to do it quickly as soon as possible before people even think about bringing the petition in front of them. No, they don't even want to come to them. This thing should not even reach our desk. Let's kill it before it even reaches our desk. That's the goal here. So Romeo Quioh reason number one, he said constitutional and political inconsistency. Okay, that all both male. He said the proposal to create a Sarpo County, the reason number one he opposed it based on constitutional and political inconsistency. It's inconsistent. All right, so let's read. Liberia's constitution is clear. The formation of a new county requires a referendum. This is a big lie. Romeo Quioh is lying. Okay, first of all, what is referendum? That's a big English word. It means the people got to go vote. When they say referendum, all the people in the country, there's a question, they will put it on the ballot and everybody will vote on it. We did not vote for Bopolu County. We did not vote for River G County. We did not vote for Grand Cru County. We did not vote for Grand Bassa County. No, nobody voted. So you see, Romeo Quioh is making bogus, and he shows the man exudes his hatred for his own people. So he's bringing up fake and weak argument. He's talking about it requires a referendum. No, it does not require a plebiscite. No, you don't need a plebiscite for county creation. It will give you the constitutional provision. It is clear as ABC. It didn't say you should go vote. No, it didn't say that. So Romeo is saying, my first reason, Liberia's constitution is clear. The formation of a new county requires a referendum. Majority support, that's a lie. A clear administrative rationale. The proposal to extract Sarpo communities from Sinoe and Grand Jida lacks the required geopolitical coherence. I don't know what geopolitical came from here, but you know, we're not doing language study right now, okay? That's one, but that word does not apply here. While when they're creating county in Liberia, it has nothing, you got two words there: geo, the world, the earth, and politics. I mean, that one we're talking about right now, but I'm not going to that word right now. The Sarpo population is not territorially contiguous. Our men know Bibo, right? So the man is saying the Sarpo population is not territorially contiguous, which is also a lie. Okay, the Sarpo population is contiguous. When something is, the man defined it for all right, he said it's not territorially contiguous, meaning the proposed areas are scattered and intermingled with other ethnic communities. What kind of argument is that? What sort of fake, boko, ridiculous argument is this? He says, I mean, which county, which tribal group in Liberia is exclusive? That doesn't have other people mix up with them. Name me one county, Romeo Quioh. Even the Grand Cru that is named after Cru people, the Grand Bassa that is named after the Bassa people, they have other people in those counties. So what are you talking about contiguity? That's a weak argument you are making. You are not making cogent argument to us. The new breed of thinkers. We can't be fooled anymore, Romeo Quioh. You've been there since 1847. You are not made any empire in the country, but you continue to suppress our people. So you make a weak argument. So the man say our population is not contiguous. We are scattered all over the place, so we don't need our own place. Okay, that is not true. The word contiguity here does not apply. All right. When a place is not connected to other things, then you say it's not contiguous. Okay. Like in the US, for example, two states are not contiguous. Hawaii and Alaska, they are separate. They are not connected to any of the other states. The rest of the states are contiguous. But some people are with other people, they are connected to. Romeo said we are not contiguous. We are not territorially contiguous. Because we are connected to other people, therefore we shouldn't get our own county. What kind of nonsense is that? What sort of nonsense? Wow. So the man went on. Many of the proposed areas are scattered and intermingled with other ethnic groups or communities, predominantly the Cru and others. Any attempt to forcefully Nobody is forcing anything here. Any attempt to forcefully carve out Sarpo-dominated regions who violate the principle of democratic inclusion and territorial integrity. Okay, Grand Jury that is Crown people dominated. It violate any principle? Grand Basso that is dominated by Basso people, it violated any principle? Grand Crew that is dominated by Crew people, it violates any principle? Local County that is dominated by Lomas, it violates any principle? Nima County that is dominated by the guilds, it violates any principle? I try to wonder what the way our people think. What kind of mind is that you will hit yourself to the point where you will make impure and anemic weak arguments against yourself? All right? So let's go on. Let's read Romeo here. Predominated the crew and others. Any attempt to forcefully, we are not forcing anybody here. The Constitution gave us the right. Just the same way that people use the Constitution to get their counties. Okay, we are not forcing anybody. Don't put words in our mouth here, Romeo here. We know that you hate yourself, you hate us. So don't use words that we don't use. We're not forcing anybody here. We're not fighting war. No, we're not doing that. We're not taking machete to chop anybody here. No, we're not forcing anybody to do anything here. We are going by our rights, what that is embedded in the Constitution. The second reason that Romeo here gave us, the man said ethnic fragmentation. Right now, Liberia is not ethnically fragmented. They are not ethnically divided. The tribal groups in Liberia, they are not divided. So ethnic fragmentation is a dangerous precedent. Romeo Quioh said, Liberia is still recovering from the deep wounds of division. Okay, the Sarpo people did not create the division. Okay, are the same politicians like Romeo Quioh, they don't want to create a division in the country. All right, he said tribalism, warlordism. Okay, he's talking about the warlords, right? I didn't want to create a division in the country. Tribalism is the politician that thrive under the Romeo Quioh then. I didn't want to use tribalism. Milton Tiajen and they use those things to get elected. Those are their weapons. And ethnic politics. To begin rewarding our county boundaries. He said to begin redrawing our county boundaries along ethnic lines will be a grave political error and a threat to national unity. Okay? If this is allowed, what stops other groups from dominating or demanding their own counties? Will we end up with 50 counties for 50 tribes? That part leads to fragmentation, not federation. Okay, so there's a in philosophy. There is a policy committee here called reductio ad absurdum. It's a fancy word, reductio ad absurdum. So you reduce something that is sophisticated to the absurd. You narrow it down to the point where it becomes ridiculous, and that's the policy he committed here. Okay, that is the policy. There is a system process put in place in Liberia before you get a county. So anybody cannot just get a county. Okay, it has to go through all the different processes in place constitutionally. So to say that because Sarpo people now want their county, therefore all the other people will be doing the same thing, that's total gibberish. That is not the case. Now, Romeo Quioh got to understand something also. If you suppress people because you want pseudo peace, you see, the suppression of people, it leads to agitation, it leads to revolution. And that's why the great country we have now, called the United States, the King Charles was oppressing some of the people that wanted to practice a different religion in England. And the people, they left from there. They came over here. They suppressed the Indian people in the U.S., where they call U.S. now. And they established their own country. You know what the freedom fighter, the people said? They call him Patrick Henry. Because they were being oppressed in India. And not India, in Europe. You know what Patrick Henry said? Give me liberty or give me death. Because they were being oppressed at the time. Romeo Quioh wants peace to the point where he is oppressing his own people, and you call that peace, Romeo. You are fermenting. That is a boiling point. When you oppress people, because you want pseudo peace, that is the beginning of conflict. Your approach to stifle the Sarpo people desire is the beginning of conflict. You are not helping the situation. You got to understand that. So this reductio ad absurdum argument you are making, you are reducing a complex situation to, they will generate to 50 states. After all, we don't have 50 tribes in Liberia or ethnic groups in Liberia. So where are you taking your 50 from? So that's reductio ad absurdum, right? You reduce the argument to the absurd. That's what you're doing here. It's not a strong point here. Point number 3. Romeo Quioh said economic and developmental infeasibility. The man speaking people, it's not feasible. It's not practical. It's not realistic. And what Romeo is telling us, let us be honest. Liberia is struggling with basic infrastructure, low human development indices, and a fragile economy. Instead of multiplying administrative structures, we should be consolidating resources and focusing on service delivery in existing counties. The regions proposed for Grand Sarpo County lack sufficient infrastructure, manpower, and let me stop there. Romeo Quioh said, where we are, where the Sarpo people are, it lacks sufficient infrastructure. It lacks manpower. Okay, what are you talking about? We don't have manpower. We don't have people in the Sarpo land. Okay, let's talk about infrastructure. Who is our fault with a lack of infrastructure in Sinoe County? Wasn't Romeo Quioh the development superintendent and subsequently superintendent of Sinoe County? So Romeo Quioh is admitting to us why he did. We don't have infrastructure because, like Crayton Duncan told us, they are eating 20% of the corruption being committed in Liberia that the politicians are committing the corruption. They take 20% of the corruption, and the 80% goes to the white people. So they share the looting of the resources, the white people and the black people, the black politicians, they share responsibility. And that's why you don't have infrastructure in your land. And what Romeo is telling you, manpower, no, we have manpower. We do. We have manpower. The last time I checked the census, the recent one Joey Allen did, we are over 50,000 people. That's the manpower. You don't need 200 million people to have manpower. Liberia population, so the fact that Liberia have less than 6 million people, you will say Liberia does not have manpower. What are you talking about here? So Romeo went on to say, he said infrastructure, low human development indices. That they're the same politicians that are causing this, right? The fault is on you. You have the power legislatively, administratively. You were in administration before, you did nothing. So you are admitting to all you failed us. Okay. So instead of multiplying administrative structures, we should be consolidating resources and focusing on service delivery in existing counties. The regions proposed for Grand Sarpo County lack sufficient infrastructure, manpower, and institution to sustain a new county government. This will only create a weak, dependent county that burdens the national budget. Okay, this is how Romeo is talking to us. When it comes to us, then we are burdened. Okay, when it comes to Sarpo people, then we are burdened, even though he said we made meaningful impact in the country. That's what he said. But then he's telling it right now, we will be burdened when we create our own county. Grand Crew right now is not a burden to Liberia. River G is not a burden to Liberia. Bapolu County, look for all the various counties in Liberia, they are not burden to Liberia right now. Only when you add the Sarpo County, then it will be weak because we are weak people that Romeo Quioh, and they are very weak. So they assume everybody else is weak. Guess what? The country called Israel, it was nowhere. It was in 1948. It was created. It's one of the powerful countries in the world. It's because the people invested massively in education and business and innovation and those things with the help of the United States, their partner. Now, how Israel it is right now, Israel population is 7 million, around 7 million people. Iran is 90 million people, is one of the powerful countries over there. So population necessarily does not determine your intellectual power, your manpower. No, it's what you can do, your ability to create, to establish the right networks That what makes you powerful in a population. So the man here is not helping himself. The man is damaging. Romeo Quioh damaged himself in the communication. He damaged himself. This will only create a weak, dependent. The Sarpo will be dependent accountant that burdens the national budget. Okay, Romeo Quioh don't want pocket the money. They don't want the money to go to the people. So when you ask Sarpo County there, oh, it will burden them. They will burden their $64 million or $34 million will be reduced. No, he doesn't want that. So Romeo Quioh wants the budget to come to them, right? It will burden the national budget rather than contributing to it. Okay. Number 4, Romeo Quioh reason number 4, undermining social cohesion. Okay. When you put Sarpo County there, socially, we will be divided. We will be fragmented. Okay. Right now, we don't have it. Like Sarpo County will generate that. This proposal, Romeo said, if pursued, will strain long-standing peaceful coexistence between the Crew, Sarpo, and other ethnic groups in Sinoe and Grand Jide. Okay. So when Rebel G came from Grand Jide, it strained the relationship between the Grebo people and the Crown people. When, Sinoe, anyway, that group, majority Crew. But other tribal groups are also in Sinoe County. When they created Grand Crew, it also strained the relationship between the people in Sinoe, the Crew people, and the Grebo people, and the Sarpo people in Sinoe County. The Bassa people, the same thing when they created that county. When the Nima County predominantly Quioh, when they created that county, it strained relationship with other tribal groups. I'll say no. So Romeo Quioh is detrimental to himself, so he's making weak, malnourished argument. Okay? So this proposal, if pursued, will strain long-standing peaceful coexistence between the Crew, Sarpo, and other ethnic groups in Sinoe and Grand Jide County. It sends a divisive message. Okay, the other counties. Liberia originally had 3 counties, and now we have 15. But when they created a county, no, it didn't create any division. No, there was no division created by then. I don't know the Sarpo people, when you add any division, will come to Sinoe, or it will come to Liberia, it will come to Grand Jide County. The people must be ruled by their own tribal group. Romeo is not unique. It's not unique to the Sarpo people when it happened. As a matter of fact, Romeo, creating a Sarpo county does not mean other tribal group will not be in that county. All right? The part that you have Grand Crew County, it doesn't forbid other tribal group from coming. Grand Bassa, it doesn't forbid other tribal group from coming. No. So the idea that when you create Sarpo County, it will be under ruled by Sarpo people, that nonsense. It's total nonsense. That people must be ruled by their own tribe and not by cooperation or democracy. Such thinking belongs in the past and should be discouraged wherever it arises. Okay, now Romeo talking. Romeo Quioh point, I think that was 4 points he made. So he said a call for unity, not division. Rather than seeking separation, let us work towards inclusive development within our current counties. If the Sarpo communities feel underrepresented or unserved, the answer is not succession. Okay, we're not breaking away. The word succession is wrong to use here, Romeo Quioh. Succession is where somebody said they're asking for independence. They don't want to be part of something else. They want to be their own. Like the way you have Sudan and South Sudan say, you know what, we want to be our own. That's succession. In the context of legislative action, it's not succession. You can't use the word succession here. That's the wrong way. That's why you throw the words around, because the other one saying our children to school, so you pour the words around, you fool them. That's the wrong application of that word. It's not success. People are not succeeding. They are not succeeding. They're not leaving Liberia. They are not leaving Sinoe County. We are still in the same place. We are not saying we want to be independent country. No. It is advocacy. Romeo said it is not succession. It is advocacy. But the people are now advocating. And Romeo said, I don't even want it to come to the public. But what you want the people to do now? When you don't even want to come to the public, it has not come to public discourse. The people are just talking in gossip room according to Sonnyboy Noah. And you guys are saying, no, we don't want the issues there to even come to us. It is done through advocacy. He said if the Sarpo community feels unrepresented or unserved, the answer is not succession. It is advocacy, participation, and leadership. Romeo, we gave Romeo leadership. He's not providing leadership, but we're talking about leadership. Let Sarpo sons and daughters vie for leadership. Okay? Push for more equitable development, which we have been doing. Look at the history. You see, look at this minor guy called Tewan Gongolo. Very intelligent, patriotic man. But because the main tribal group is in the minority, so the man can taste power in the country. All right? Because of that. If the people, minor people had their county in Nima County, out of Nima County, that man would be in that building advocating for the people to get the help they need. But right now, Gongolo cannot because he is in a minority in Nima County. Okay? So again, when you repress certain people, you are generating tension, and that's what you are doing. So Romeo went on to say, okay, I'll read that sentence again, and I will not do follow analysis until I bring Patrick in. It is advocacy, participation, and leadership. Let Sarpo sons and daughters vie for leadership, push for more equitable development, and ensure their voices are heard within the county structure. Romeo Quioh, we are talking right now. He's not listening to us, but he said we should be talking. We could do participation. He doesn't even want the issue to come to a desk, so he is stopping there in the gossip room. But he said, "Oh, you have to advocate." Okay, who are we advocating to? When the people we send in the Capitol building to advocate, they don't even want our issue to come to them, and they're stopping it from the street corner. They start putting out statements. So who will advocate for us? You will send there to advocate. You are now become our enemy. Or should I say enemies? Because you are two. Okay? So Romeo say, it is advocacy, participation, and leadership. Let Sarpo sons and daughters vie for leadership, push for more equitable development, and ensure their voices are heard within the county structure, not by dismantling them. To my fellow Liberians, especially the younger generation don't agree with Romeo Quioh. The young people majority right now, you are standing alone, Romeo Quioh, the majority. These are the change agents in the country, the young people. They don't agree with you. Let us rise above tribal boundaries and think nationally. Okay? There can be no nationalism when you suppress certain people. All right? Again, the genesis of revolution is the oppression of people. Okay? You are oppressing us. The true measure of patriotism today is not in how much we fight for our tribe, but in how much we fight or we build for our country. The tribal fight is over right now. Trump is now fighting for a tribe called the white. That the men fighting for right now. Tribalism is everywhere, but the likes of Romeo Quioh, they hate themselves to the point where they make all these. So Romeo Quioh saying in conclusion, in closing, while I respect those advocating for Grand Sarpo County, he's not part of it. I must say with clarity and conviction, this is not the path forward for Liberia. We need deeper national unity, not shallow ethnic counties. Okay, the man, look at the word shadow. It's not deep. That's basic. He's a professor now, so he's talking to us. This is the man we hire. We give you a job, and all Romeo does is to curse, to insult us. We need strong governance, not more bureaucracy. What the man talking about? What are you talking about bureaucracy? Okay, I don't want to keep talking. Let me give Patrick the opportunity. And we need visionary leader. Okay, so Romeo lacks. He's not a visionary leader. Okay, no, he's not. He's not one of them. So he said we need visionary leader, not divisive politics. Let's choose unity. Let's choose progress. Let's choose Liberia. Romeo is not progressive when you stifle people desires. When you repress people what they want, you are not promoting progress. That division you are advancing. Okay, Patrick, let me bring you in here. That is the statement from our lawmaker. What is your statement? Is your political? I mean, go follow. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Your turn.
So thank you. You know, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed at all. You see,
Patrick, sorry, I don't want to cut you. You come. I will not say anything, but I just want to share with the people. Romeo says something here, so let's share the document with the people. Okay. So Romeo said when we're doing something, it should be constitutional, right? So let's come to the Constitution. Now we put Romeo in power. So let's go to Article 34 of the Constitution. We are putting on the screen here for you so you can see it. What it says. Romeo does not want to do his job, so he demonizing us. Okay. Article 34. Article 34, it gives the powers, the duties, what the lawmaker is supposed to do, right? The man wants to kick the can down the road. He does not want to do a job. So here is Article 34 of the Constitution for us here. And it says the legislature shall have the power. Okay, the Constitution enumerated the powers of the lawmaker. So it say A, to create new counties. Now the first one, it didn't even go to B. They say the lawmaker, they have the power to create new counties and other political subdivision and readjust. That's another. These are key words. The people that crafted the document, they were very intentional in selecting their words, right? So they said first. They said they have the Romeo Quioh has the right to create what? New counties. Now the first one. The second one, they say other political subdivision. So the new counties, they can be broken down to district and statutory district and all the different clans, right? They can break it down. What it means subdivision, political subdivision, right? And they say they can readjust existing county boundaries. Okay, that Romeo job responsibility the Constitution gives him. All right, what does it mean to readjust? What does it mean when you readjust something? The thing was a certain shape and form and size before, then you rearrange it. That's what it means to readjust something. When the trouser does not fit you, you carry it to the tailor so they can adjust it to your size. So, all right, that you readjusting that pants, that trouser, right? So they say Romeo can readjust existing content that already existing, like Sinoe, the Grand Crew, the Nima, and Maserati. You can readjust their boundaries to create new counties. It says it in the Constitution. But Romeo Quioh, his own people, the people that gave him power, to the point where he said, you know what, I am oblivious. I will forget my whole job responsibility. I will not even do it. I don't want you to bring this to me first in the first place. So I will start disparaging it. I will start talking it down before it even comes to my desk. So they call all the responsibility of Romeo Quioh. They listed everything. Number one thing, the A, that what Romeo Quioh say, you know what, I don't even want to read the document. So I would not know my job responsibility in the first place. So I don't care. Patrick, they're a political mentor, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. So again, I said earlier that I am not impressed, and when the people are acutely illiterate, it becomes a responsibility of leaders to think for the people, act for the people, and work for the people. In my honest opinion, this whole campaign calls for no response from any lawmaker because it has not reached the desk of any lawmaker in the first place. But if any lawmaker feels compelled to respond to this campaign, it can only be looked at in one context, the constitutional context. Does the Constitution acknowledge the creation of counties? Yes. Does it acknowledge the adjustment or readjustment of existing boundaries? Yes. So, what's the argument? So you see, in 1847, 3 counties took the country to independence. Maserati, 6 delegates, Quioh, 4 delegates, Sinoe, 2 delegates. 11 of the delegates, or the 12 delegates, declared the country independent. And today it's an independent republic. 10 years after independence, the fourth county was added, Maryland. And 1 year after Maryland was added, Grand Cayman was added. Then, from 1857 to 1964, that should be how many years between there? 60 years? I think about 60 years. About 60 years between there, perhaps. Yeah. Well, I think less than 100 years between there. Whatever year Stadtman took over from Berkeley, Berkeley had initially thought to incorporate all indigenous groupings into the body politics of Liberia on the national integration policy. Stadtman took over from Berkeley and gave Berkeley assurance that what he has started, he will continue it. Stadtman advanced on Berkeley's policy and created what he called the National Unification and Reintegration Policy. In consonance of that policy, in commemoration of that policy, in recognition of that policy, 1944, 54 to 64, 20 years in leadership. Just 20 years in leadership. In fulfillment of that National Unification and Reintegration Policy, Stadtman on July 26, 1964 announced the creation of 4 counties, carving 3 regions into 4 counties. The Eastern region, which was under Sinoe County, the Central region, which was under Monserrado, Monserrado, the Western region, under Cape Mount at the time, and then the Northern region. So these regions came 4 counties, 1964. 1964 to 1984, that's about 64, 74, 84, that's 20 years again. 20 years again, Samuel Dochu decreed, created Grand Creek County, Mangibi County, and in 1985 created Bombay and Great Western counties. 1984, 85 to 2000, Samuel Charles Taylor created River G, I think it was Bapolo first, Bapolo. And 2001 created River G. Now, all of these, I mean, were done in line with the Constitution, even though it was decreed, but it was all the decrees that those issued, in fact, they were all ratified by Constitution later. Even President Stadtman's own creation that he did, everything became ratified by the National Legislature afterwards. To create a new county in Sinoe, I mean, it doesn't work. It doesn't warrant all of the responses from lawmakers. I think the best thing the lawmakers could have even done was to even keep quiet, because when you can help a man, don't hurt him. In fact, keep quiet on the situation. But in the case of Quioh, it is not surprising. Quioh took a firm stand before. All right, when the debate for service, I mean, about 10 years ago. Oh, yeah, 15 years ago. When the debate for service, Quioh took a firm stance against the creation of a Sarpo county. In fact, he initiated what he called the Sinoe Peace Initiative. That initiative was chaired by Dr. Amos Sawyer, the late, and included other prominent Sinoe citizens. Zaza was part of the initiative, and you were one of those who have faced the signature to that document, in fact, that said that among several things, One thing that everybody picked up among several things several things that were said in that document came the indivisibility of Sinoe. Yeah, that was to reaffirm that stance. Quioh's document reaffirmed, the indivisibility of Sinoe, meaning that the leaders in Sinoe, they agree. They all not saying they agree that Sinoe cannot be divided. And which of us which all said was against the Constitution. Yes, and indeed it was. So now coming to this time, Quioh, like no one, he got only one responsibility in this respect. I want to listen to the people, to hear them out. Whether it makes sense, it is not in any of them, it is not in his purview, whether it is divisive, whether it is territorially contiguous, it is not in his purview. In fact, all of the beautiful things that have been raised, all of the beautiful debates, they are meant for the flow. They're not meant for they're not meant for Facebook. They are meant for the legislative flow. That's why you'll be telling on our floor you'll be telling Granku, you'll be telling Franti Kofa, for you don't sign this thing. Don't sign this thing because it is territorially, there's some people they are not contiguous. You'll be telling maybe Jeremiah Sokan this thing, you can sign it because it is divisive. You'll be telling other lawmakers why they should not sign it. That debate belongs to the flow, to the horse's flow, not on Facebook. But here's a question now. That critical minds will ask on Quioh. Bayan in Sinoe County is a statutory district. Why it makes sense to create a statutory district in another statutory district, not statutory district? Why it makes sense to do so, and it doesn't make sense, for example, to create another statutory district or a county in Sinoe? While Quioh, we think that it makes sense constitutionally. He has the authority constitutionally as a legislator to put a bill on the floor to create the Norfolk Sanitary District a Bayan Sanitary District. Why it makes sense? Why it gives him the constitutional audacity to do so, but it doesn't give him the constitutional audacity to also say, well, let's review what these people are saying, whether it makes sense in their own authority or right. This argument about creating county has not only surfaced in Sinoe. Did you know this argument has also lingered in Lima County? Yes, it has lingered in Lima County. But one good thing, the argument has not stopped any Lima lawmaker from being elected. Even the proponent of that argument, Samuel Coker, just got elected as senator. All right? The section of Lima that is always disadvantaged. Yes, the section of Lima that is always disadvantaged, should be separated from the Quioh-dominated area. And that argument came up. For them, their argument, they were able to manage it. Because all these things, they are politics. What is Honorable Quioh responding to? What has no one responded to so far? Nothing. Because the campaigners have not even presented anything to them. But here's the thing, it must not always be about a quick jump reaction to situations that have not reached your decks. Okay, what if the campaigners maybe anytime soon, maybe October, what if the campaigners converge at the legislature on any day of their choosing and present their petition to the speaker? And they tell the speaker, please, this is our petition as required in Article 17 of the Constitution, where the people have the right to peacefully assemble and petition the government. And when they petition the government under Article 17 of the Constitution, that they want a county, based on their own self-determination and self-representation, the speaker got only one choice. The only choice the people got will be to look into the same constitution whether or not the legislature has such powers. And if the speaker looks in the constitution, he will definitely find that power there in Article 34 of the constitution. Whether it is feasible or not, whether it is contiguous or not, whether it is in the constitutionally allowed or not, whether it is ethnically prudent or not, whether it is cohesively accelerating or not. There are technocrats that you can call. One, land authority. Land authority come, let's look at existing boundaries in Sinoe. Land authority, come, let's see something here. You can also call the governance commission. Governance commission, this is what we have here on the floor. In a nutshell, all of these invitations can be compounded into what is called public hearing. Public hearing, there are people who
All right, Patrick, glitching up there. Let's see. The rescue, the Romeo Quioh internet is acting on Patrick right now. So let's see whether Patrick will come back. I will kick him out and he can come back. But ladies and gentlemen, it was a disaster to have elected Romeo Quioh and Sonnyboy Noah. For the guys to participate in gossips, things that are happening in chat rooms. Let me bring Patrick back. Patrick, you still got your time. Go ahead.
Yeah. So in a public hearing, I mean, it calls for public debate. It doesn't call for Facebook reaction. It doesn't call for Facebook reaction. For me, I think it will be respectfully traditional and culture. To even respond to the people face to face. It will be respectful in that manner. Call them to a meeting. In fact, say, this is what I've seen on Facebook. This is what I've heard on Facebook. Seeing I've been away. In fact, I've been away on a continental tour, to look at the issue of women representation. I'm back now. I'm reading some things on Facebook. I've heard some things on Facebook. But what is it? Come to me. Let me hear you out. And maybe when they get to you, when they say what they have to say to you, you can respectfully disagree with them to say, okay, you know what? I'm your son. I'm a representative, but this is what I think should be. It should not be this way. It should not be. In fact, you have a responsibility as a representative of the people to advise them on the way forward, how they should go about it. Okay. So if you want to be politically prudent or politically, convenient, and save yourself in a 2029 battle, for example, there's another way you can do it. For example, you can seek a legal advice. You got legal people. Look at it. Say, gentlemen, look at this thing. This is what somebody is saying here, but people are saying this thing here. What do you think?
Why you go through all of that? But Patrick, let me know. I want you to air your thoughts so we can bring the viewers in a little bit. Yeah.
You see, so So maybe you want to save yourself politically, but all of these things, they are just images of 2029, and I think they should be avoided because no matter what happens, anybody who will be elected. Anybody who will be defeated. But just give the people what the Constitution requires of you. It may not be accounting necessarily, but the Constitution obligates you. It obliges you, to look into their petition. Article 17 says it. So rejection publicly of Facebook it is just a gross violation of a group of people's constitutionally guaranteed right, a fundamental right guaranteed to them. You just deny that categorically because when they present a petition to you, you have two choices. Either to reject it or not. But as a representative, it is in your obligation to look at your petition. Petition is like DV. When you play a DV, you are not in America automatically. To win a county by a group of people, Does that mean they have the county? No. When you play DV, what do? You first wait for the results. When you get the results, what do you do next? You are scheduled for an interview. When you are scheduled for an interview and you have gone through the interview, what next? You gotta look for the fees for the visa. When you get a visa, what next? You must get a plane ticket. When you get a plane ticket, what do? You must go for all other required medical reports, other documents that are required. You must have everything. When you enter the plane, when the plane picks up from RIA.
Pete, let's bring the people in here. Let's bring the viewers in, please.
Let me let my turn. When the plane picks up from RIA and first lands in Brussels, picks up from Brussels, and maybe lands at John F. Kennedy International Airport, and then you know now you are in America. Until then, when you win DV, you are not in America. And so when the people make a request to say this is what we think, this is what we want, we think we want, before they are not even say we friendly, and this is our document. They say this is what we think we want, and we want it. All you need to do is perhaps look into it and give it to the speaker, or maybe put it on the floor. Why it makes sense before the lawmakers, the legislative lawmakers, when they vote for it, fine. If they vote against it, okay. But by that time, you have cleared yourself and you have already done your part. Lastly, this is not the first time that lawmakers from Sinoe are rejecting something that concerns the people. The last time when the issue of the port autonomy bill came out, lawmakers from other countries were voting for the bill that the ports in Sinoe, the ports in Sinoe, Grand Bassa, and Maryland to be autonomous, to raise their own revenue, to create employment, to do everything on their own. The same lawmakers said no, they don't want that one again. They kick against it vehemently until it passed, at the mercy of others. You see that? Thank you.
All right, Patrick, thank you. To our viewers, is the video frozen or something? I see like our live PA is not active. I want to make sure we are good to go. So the viewers, if you're following us, I see a couple of people following here. Is the video active, please? I just want to make sure. I want to make sure that the video is active before I keep going here. Yeah, let's see. Hey guys, are you hearing us? Is the video active on your side? Please say something. Just say okay. All right, Ortega, are you guys hearing us? Monitoring my devices. It looks like frozen. Yeah. Is the video active on your side, guys? I doubt it. Patrick, you got your other device? Is it working on your side?
It's working.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, it looks like frozen on my side here. Okay. All right. Okay. She said, okay. Yeah. She said, okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. So, Patrick, I want to bring some of the comments of the viewer here. And I wrote a specific response to what Mr. Quioh wrote, right? I will share that with us. But in the meantime, let me get the viewers. If somebody wants to participate, the number is also on the screen. If you can also call me through Messenger, WhatsApp, and all of that. I'm hearing you guys clear. Okay, thank you, Sis Amelia. Thank you, Chris. Okay, Chris, thank you. All right. So let me bring some of the comments here and see. Chris said, I'm hearing you guys clear. Thank you, Chris. Then say Amelia say yes. Let me see some of the comments. We have Chris said, wow, I'm following from Johnsonville, Pepper, Willow Town. Okay. And Ortega said the video is active from my end. Okay, thank you. Maybe it's the device. It's my internet sometimes be acting out here from the other devices. Thanks so kindly for lifting the debate, brother. we need more of these exchanges to enlighten our people about the agenda. So true. I'll take out when I want to have you on the show next time so you can opine. We need no one to teach us how to make our way around in this country. Tika also said we need to teach us, or no one need. I think that's what he meant to say, to make our way around the country, the political landscape of Liberia, to ensure that the people's voices are heard by the relevant authorities. We don't need to be spoon-fed, he said. The Sarpo campaigners didn't need the approval of past lawmakers to take the CBL to court in the first place. Yeah, to even put the Sarpo mask in the system as well, we didn't need Romeo, Quioh, and Sonnyboy Noah. When we can take CBL to court in 2022, he said it was a fruit. It's a fruit. Okay, a lot of typos here. That our people rallied all the needed support to achieve this dream. Okay, I don't see any a question or something here. I think Reverend Sua wrote something here that, as for me, John Patrick to commend COD for a job well done. COD is not the only person receiving whatever they are receiving from the government for their county, but unlike all the other people or lawmakers, he chose to use part of his receipts for his people. We don't know for sure whether Crayton Duncan using his income. That's my thing. Crayton Duncan, the guy saying they are not getting paid more. So how is he getting all the money? That's the thing. So he's not something shady is going on here. So he should be just like Prince Johnson building a university in Nema County, but we don't know where he got the money from. He said so he should be the commander for even the little that he has done. I'm not going to praise Crayton Duncan when he's telling us they get 20% of the corruption. No, I'm not going to praise him. So he's taking our money, our resources. He said 20%. Ella, that's what he said. So the man is corrupt. So why are you going to praise corruption here? All right. So sis, thanks for joining us. All right, guys. So Patrick, before I share mine, because what I was doing earlier was to analyze and then give opinion on it. I wrote a specific piece, point by point, refuting what Romeo Quioh wrote. But in the meantime, before I do that, let me listen to the elders a little bit here. Yeah, the spokesperson is here. All right. Okay, that's our outro. So let me talk to my people a little bit. So what that means, Patrick, I want to speak the original language a little bit. Those of you that are English people, good luck to you. But I believe you, Romeo Quioh or Romeo Quioh. Romeo na adewale de buklabason. Sonnyboy la adewale buklabason. Quioh na de enemy in the building or enemies in the building. You know na adewale de buklabason. Ya uruba. Ya tawuli. Romeo the Sonnyboy, I'm sorry, enemy well. Kanda enemy there, be with you. On say a deck one day, or Jeremy Mon Quioh. More you cry well, I'm poaching at Apoko, but watch I can me Apo, I'm pitching Jeremy. On say a Jebedeo, more poor classon, and declare bad me as sao. But Jeremy, I'm blessing Mellow. Sonnyboy blessing Mellow de Busso. So on say a Tible Jeremy. There is a Sonny Ali, there are point. Sonnyboy and Romeo Bawanale. Mr. Point na Mojio. So before I did so G, I'm a bolly. So Jeremy, trade kind of trade Jeremy. One day, Sabo Yumble and Jaba Table. Abo Jaba representative Blair. If you do, you will now the Grand Assembly and Jaba representative. You will now the Grand Crew, Umble and Jaba representative. Bopa Chime Obo no speak over that. But Sabo Yumbo and Jaba Yumble. Romeo Quioh more no or Unitenyo on the Sonnyboy. This kind of inferiority complex. Some people, they are so ashamed to the point where they can't even speak their own language. Sarpo man, someone people, oh, what kind of thing you speaking? I probably will. What's the Quioh? Money the no in there, the most similar. What's the similar? Most are you up there? So Romeo now also Ethiopia winner. Also they were the wager. Oh, they're jabo. They're so all Sabo you now, point, please, Mumble and Jabablo. Now, problem, no, just don't go over that one. Now, problem, there, no. So I show some boy Jabab Table, Umble and Jabab Blue Blair. Most of you play and Jabablo. Ne for a can of my labroji. Ne Sabo you want the crew, you want the 2 amu 4. Ne Cranio amutu 4. Ne Quioh amutu 4. Romeo Sasala. On near way. Me all for alale mamu de buson. Namu Sabo you are enemy no. Me all for 5 times he ran. Then you monale I said Romeo for. I said quoting or so Romeo de Apopoa. Or more quoting the quoting ale Romeo on more blame the Clavao Romeo de Bukula. More so I be you see upon it. What's your point? Because I knew superintendent there. Do I said there no? So before I had superintendent, I knew development superintendent. Do I said there no? There no superintendent, but do I said there no cow? I won't pour the book of us on. Romeo, I want near the Jerenia. I want for but you're for Sabo, you only winning. Our body away, our blood away, I'm a boy, Romeo. I'm a Sonnyboy, our Pokla, they are for our. I put Sonnyboy in Romeo Clad, they are for our. Won't you put there? But you try to say, I don't know. The elders and the ancestors spoken. You will be defeated. We born you. We born you, Sonnyboy Noah. Romeo, we get back to you with the elders. You can't fight your parents and win. you'll be subdued. And sooner rather than later, you'll be in the dustbin of history. You'll be crying, why did I commit this egregious offense against the people? Romeo Quioh, he went to Ethiopia. He didn't bring anything for us. The only thing he brought is to fight us, to call us names, to say we'll create conflict in Sinoe, we'll create conflict in Grand Jide, and oh, La Liberia. It will be another charter of war. Nobody is preaching that. Those are lies. That's what government called propaganda. You are doing it to stop what the dreams of the people. And you know what William Bryan said? Truth crushed the earth will rise again. No matter what you do to suppress us, we the people. That's what the Constitution says. We will subdue Romeo Quioh, we will subdue Sonnyboy Noah. They can fight us all they want so they can be quick. So they can appeal to unity and say, oh, I mean, you don't believe in unity. You're divisive. And then the partner make the point just now. Why are you creating another district in another district? But when it comes to the largest Sarpo community, no. Then you can't do a Romeo. Sonnyboy Noah day he said he renovated town hall the other day. The man could not put fan in that place. And they had AC or air conditioning in that place. When you are having an inauguration program, they brought special fan for Sonnyboy Noah to blow him. That's how they treat us. They treat us the animals. And that's why I slightly agree with Patrick and Remisua. Crayton Duncan is building schools. And Sonnyboy Noah and Romeo Quioh, they are fighting their own people. There Noah went. Then no one the Buddha cigarette, the nine, therefore, the Banyam away. Then one way. Then I sound, then they be of AG, as young AG, they are forever. Except for I am a blue or so. Except for also for a blue or so. Anything that is supported by that's how you put the esoteric, it will triumph. No matter what you do, the Sarpo campaigners are not waiting for Romeo Quioh legislation. You know what? The stranger, I mean, I don't know whether that word stranger applies here. But the spokesperson of the government of the Republic of Liberia, Honorable Jeremiah Pia, when the Sarpo people fought the other day for the mask and they took the government to task, when our own brother was fighting us, a lot of called to or whatever his name is, a lot of Quioh, when I used the right name, a lot of like fighting. Our people fought. Jeremiah Pia, the guy from Grand Bassa. And I tell Sarpo people, when you want your own county, I'm with you. I'm in your corner. The spokesperson of the government is saying that. He said that. So we don't necessarily need the enemies in our midst to push our agenda. We know our enemies. You know, the people that can bring you down, it's not people far off. It was that stranger that killed Thomas and Karas. It was their own body. Yes. We can go across history. So we know our enemies in our midst that pretending to be advocates of peace, that pretending to be advocate of unity. You know, when slavery, before it was abolished in the U.S., you know, some black people that were living with the slave masters, that were getting some crumbs. They were carrying rumors when the few Negroes, Malcolm X called them, when they were plotting against the master, they would carry the information to the master because they were getting some crumbs. When Harriet Tubman and they were fighting, when she liberated some slaves, there were some people that wanted to go back. And she had a shotgun. She said, no, you're not going back. Because when you go back, you will expose us where we are. And so we have some of these people in our midst. Unfortunately, they will put them in the powerhouse, in the house of power. Sonnyboy Noah and Romeo Quioh. The guys cannot hold their hatred for their own people. To the point where when they hear the gossip, they must say something about the gossip. Yes. I know another gentleman too, who they call doctor, they're also in support of, they're against their own people. I'm not going to call his name right now. I know him. He called himself a doctor as well. The people hate their own people. They hate themselves to the point that they will write all the weird articles. Let me read a portion of what I wrote as a direct response to Romeo Quioh. A direct response. I will publish it later so you can partake of it. But I went point by point and counted everything that Romeo wrote. So I called the piece reconsidering the Grand Sarpo County proposal, a scholarly response to recent population opposition. Our opposition now, Romeo Quioh and Sonnyboy Noah. They are our opposition, so we have to respond to the opposition. So the introduction of the piece, I'm still working on it. A recent public statement opposing the creation of the Grand Sarpo County has reignited a national conversation around ethnic representation, constitutional governance, and administrative decentralization in Liberia. Let me see, that is the right piece. I want to make sure I got the right piece here. So that's it. That's it. Okay. The author, that is Romeo Quioh and Sonnyboy Noah, distancing themselves from any link to the movement, articulates a passionate case against the proposal, citing concerns around unity, ethnic fragmentation, constitutional inconsistencies, and economic feasibility. While the response is thoughtless and grounded in fake patriotic concerns, it ultimately reflects a narrow interpretation of constitutionalism, a reductive view of ethnic identity, and incomplete understanding of democratic decentralization. This reply seeks to critically engage with the arguments presented, offering an alternative scholarly perspective that recenters equality, legitimacy, and democratic inclusion in the conversation. The first point Romeo made, constitutional legitimacy, what the law actually says. Okay, that's what I said. The original statement argues that the Grand Sarpo County proposal is unconstitutional, citing a lack of geopolitical contiguity and administrative coherence. However, the 1986 Constitution of Liberia, particularly Article 34, provides the national legislature with the authority to create new counties subject to approval. All right. So it goes on to say, it is important to distinguish between constitutional procedure and political opinion. The legality of creating a new county depends not on whether it aligns with subjective or notions of coherence, but whether it follows the established democratic process. As such, to dismiss the Grand Sarpo County initiative outright is to prejudge a constitutional process before it is even initiated. Point number 2, ethnic identity versus ethnic inclusivity. One of the central critiques raised is the fear that ethnic-based county creation will lead to national fragmentation. While the concern is valid in principle, it risks conflating ethnic visibility. We want ethnic visibility with ethnic supremacy. We are not seeking ethnic supremacy. The demand for Grand Sarpo County is not an attempt to exclude others, but a call for equitable inclusion, recognition, and development. Liberia's current county system is not ethnically neutral. It is historically rooted. Romeo knows the history. It is historically rooted in patterns of settler control and centralized governance that have often marginalized smaller ethno-linguistic groups. The idea that ethnicity should never factor into governance decisions ignores the reality that many ethnic communities in Liberia have experienced decades of political invisibility and underrepresentation. I went on to say, true democratic governance does not demand ethnic erasure. Romeo wants to erase us. True democratic governance does not demand ethnic erasure. It requires that the diverse identities of a nation be acknowledged, represented, and reflected in its political structures. 3, Romeo talked about economic feasibility, a matter of political will, not geography. The opposition argues that Liberia cannot afford another county, citing fragile infrastructure, low human development indicators, and limited resources. Yet this view inadvertently places blame for national underdevelopment on structural expansion, rather than the chronic inefficiencies and corruption within existing governance systems. That's what the problem is. Citing a new county or creating a new county, if done transparently and strategically, can enable better localized governance, improved service delivery, and greater accountability. Decentralization, when not reduced to political tokenism, can in fact drive more context-specific development outcomes. Furthermore, the call for Grand Sarpo County is not rooted in entitlement, but in the perceived and real neglect of Sarpo communities by existing county leadership structures. To suggest that they must continue to wait within frameworks that have failed them is to normalize inequality under the guise of fiscal caution. Okay, that's what Romeo is trying to do. Number 4, social cohesion requires justice, not silence. Okay, another key concern is that the creation of Grand Sarpo County will undermine ethnic harmony between the Crew, Sarpo, and other groups in Sinoe and Grand Jida. This fear frames ethnic representation as inherently divisive, which is both historically inaccurate and politically defeatist. All right? Ethnic tensions are rarely caused by recognition. They are more often caused by exclusion. When you exclude people, you create tension, marginalization, and silence. I'll read that sentence again. Ethnic tensions are rarely caused by recognition. When you recognize people, they don't create tension, right? They are more often caused by exclusion, marginalization, and silence, which Romeo is doing. The presumption that governance must be ethnically blind to preserve peace is a misreading of the role that justice and inclusion play in building lasting social cohesion. As such, proposals like Grand Sarpo County should not be viewed as threats to peace, but as opportunities for structured dialogue about representation, service delivery, and governance reform. Point number 5, participation must be structural, not symbolic. Okay, now what Romeo is asking for symbolism and not structural representation, okay, or participation. The statement encourages Sarpo citizens to run for office and engage in advocacy within existing county frameworks. That's what Romeo said. While this advice may seem constructive, it risks overlooking deeply entrenched political gatekeeping, power imbalances, and historical patterns of exclusion that make such participation inequitable in practice. The demand for a separate county is not a rejection of democratic participation. It is a reassertion of political agency in response to systemic neglect. In a democratic society, such expressions should be welcomed, not vilified. The Grand Sarpo proposal represents not tribalism, but a legitimate exercise of the right to self-determination within the bounds of constitutional order. That's what we say in our law book. Conclusion, a call for engagement, not dismissal. Romeo is trying to dismiss, or he is not trying to. He is dismissing us. And we will not be here for Romeo Quioh. He is not the only person that sat in classroom. That 1847 book, the land, where they will use constitutional process and cause a subsection or what the word used. Yeah, he says succeed. Yeah, we are succeeding from Liberia. No, it's not succession. Opposition to the Grand Sarpo counter proposal, while presented as patriotic and unifying, that what they pretend to do, relies heavily on preserving the status quo. The man wants to preserve the status quo rather than addressing the roots of marginalization. That's what Romeo is doing now. Patriotism must not become a tool to suppress democratic discourse. None should unity come at the expense of equity. Romeo you have to get that point. Rather than rejecting the idea of right, Liberia's leadership and policy community should engage it critically and procedurally, respecting the rights of all communities to seek fair representation and better governance. Democracy demands debate, not dismissal. Progress requires inclusion, not invisibility. Romeo wants to run us invisible in our own country. He acknowledges that we play a major role in the country. We produced the first indigenous vice president. But Romeo is telling us we should be invisible. No, we are already visible. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's a little bit of my piece. I will share with you on Facebook later. But Patrick, we have been on for a while. They're close. I think we are there with Sonnyboy Noah and Romeo Quioh sufficiently.
Yeah, so indeed, it has been an incredible show today. I want to say thanks to all those who join us, those who follow us, and those who have taken the time to share our podcast. Yeah, I think we have said it all. And yes, Romeo is my godfather, but when you cut a spade, you cut it a spade. And I think they rush. And so because they rush, they crouch. Our people say sometimes, hurry, hurry can bust trouser. Yeah, take your time. For one to say, I want this thing does not mean they have it. Quick, the quick rejection, categorical rejection, it diminishes their own constitutional authority. Yeah, what they have to do. So the next time, if somebody desires something and they want to talk about it, lawmakers will just come and respond. Even if they accuse you. But what I see that is being fear here is, again, what I say, the fear to lose a seat. Yeah, Alex doesn't want to lose a seat. If he says he doesn't support the campaign, he wins the confidence, trust, and votes, of the other any side, like any group. They will see him as balanced or patriotic. If he says he supports the campaign, perhaps if he perceives that the other side, the other any group will say, well, he is against us, so we don't have trust and confidence in him. Maybe Honorable Quioh thinks the same way too. But for Honorable Quioh's case, looking at his sophistication academically, in the level he has reached in the body politics of the nation, I would have thought that a sleeping door will lie. And sometimes you don't respond to everything and just not everything, especially when the people look up to you for leadership and guidance. Yes, but anyway, the people still they still reserve the right to do what they choose to do. And, we can say so offer our opinion in a way forward. I will encourage them to recalibrate, to go back to the drawing board now that their sons have outrightly come out to say, well, we are in favor of what you do, what you want, what you envisage, or what you desire. They can go back to the drawing board and recalibrate, re-strategize, and look in other directions. And I will also say that to the campaigners that while your call is well grounded, well resilient, and and very, very meaningful, take it easy. Don't make it a rush. Yeah, don't make it a rush. The counties that we have today, they didn't just come into being. They didn't just come into being out of the blue. It was a quick fix. For example, Grand Creek County, you saw that is now a county. Everybody historically saw the.
Pastor, while you are in flight, before I forget this, you know this man, right?
Yeah, Samson Ware.
Samson Ware. Guess what?
Oh yeah.
Guess what?
What?
Samson Ware is with Sonnyboy Noah and Romeo Quioh. How do I know? Let me show you. This is what Samson Ware wrote on his page. Sinoe County, Honorable Quioh, and I say no to Sarpo County. That's what Samson Ware wrote on his page.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see? Go ahead.
Yes. And Honorable Ware is right to say no. Why? Because in the first place, the first person that was supposed to approach something where was not Romeo or it's not Romeo. No. The first person upon hearing this thing that was supposed to approach something where was Alex Noah or is Alex Noah. He should have been the first person to approach where. Oh my man, this is what my people are saying. I don't know, man. This is what my people are saying. This is what my people think. It is no one who was to convince or rally, because one thing, the Jirepo over the time, historically, in fact, the Jirepo, another group, the Tatwe, the group from Buto, and part of Tajiwan. Yeah, the Kulu, the Kulu people of Tajiwan, and many other sectional groupings in Sinoe. They share historical solidarity with the Sarpo people. Yeah. So if Noah got interest, for example, he would have been the one to first approach Noah. Noah, this is what my people say. What do you think? Maybe Noah was told okay, you know what, maybe it's not feasible, but maybe you can look at it. So because they have already uprightly rejected it, in fact, all lawmakers in the county will have to reject it, because now where has come out. Now if you ask Recruiter Duncan right now, Duncan will not even say yes to it. You ask Councilor Chie right now, it will not. So the whole thing now, the whole campaign now from the end of Sinoe County, it is dead almost, or half alive. And as per the principle of the legislature, in dealing with counties issues, especially local counties issues, the principle of the legislature is very clear. The issue must begin with the county concerned or county involved. Trust me, no bill, no petition regarding the creation of a county, regarding the confirmation of a particular public official, or regarding anything that concerns a particular county, nothing will go forward without it emanating or winning at least majority support of the caucus of that county. So with 3 members of the caucus already saying no to it, we look at 2 senators right now. So let's see how it goes, how it plays out. But from the end of Sando County, it is half dead already.
So, but this is how I see it, right, Patrick? The fact that something where Romeo, Quioh, and Sonnyboy Noah, they're saying no, it doesn't mean that it can go through. I remember a historical example. There were some names submitted then when Honorable Zaza was a lawmaker. Not Romeo, but Milton Tiege was in the Capitol building. He was a senator. And at the time, they had a law that says that before the names from the particular counties you go through, or the lawmaker for that county should sign. So later on, that law was changed. And then those same names went back. And guess what? Milton Tiege and his colleague, they refused. But guess what? The other senator for other county, they still signed that document. And those people were confirmed. You know, so you can have the detractors, the enemies of the people to reject you, and the people from other people, they can still, from other places, they can support you. Okay? So it's not far-fetched. So it's not surprising. Hold on.
But let me correct you in that what you just said. Let me correct you there. I just said to you, I said, you got a strong man as Zaza rallying. Did you know Zaza was a representative, but he cut across the Senate as an influential person, a prominent person. So we got 5 lawmakers. 2 senators said they can sign it, but I know it was only Milton Tiege who opposed it. The second senator did not oppose it. The late Senator Namwe, after he and Zaza reconciled in 2017, he did not oppose any other thing that concerns other colleagues on Zaza's working. So I know it was only Mr. Tiege who opposed it. And then secondly, on Zaza as a lawmaker of the county, he was already in for it. He was convincing and rallying other colleagues. The other colleagues did not just pick up, they just wake up. In this case here, 3 representatives already have said no. We look forward to what the 2 other senators, will be saying. And in this case, if all 5 say no, it means it is half dead. All counties can try. Okay, no problem. No problem.
You just gave, say for example, Taylor Ty, right? They went through the legislature. Or Dotan, they went through the legislature. So we already get the spokesperson of the president already. There limit P. I can go through the president, and it can also go through because we have a historical precedent where counties were created without going through the lawmakers. You know, so that historical precedent can be used. So we have other avenues to make our case to the government. So we have these people that oppose, their own people. Nothing wrong with that. The thing about
I agree.
Patrick, hold on a second. So Mr. Samson Weah, for example. Samson Weah is walking on eggshells here. Okay? He's not putting himself in the right position. You got to understand when the late Nambeslo were in power, you know how he used to refer to the district that Samson Weah is from? I can't remember the exact phrase, but word for word. But I know he said a district without roads, for example. You know, no roads there. Why was that so? It's because the people from that place were marginalized. It came a point where they needed leadership for Sinoe County. And Mr. Zaza and others, they were asking for somebody to come from Drepo to be part of the leadership structure of the county. And Milton Tiege and other people, they were opposing it. Okay? So now, these people this guy whose people we supported yesterday, all right, is now joining the enemies of the Sarpo people to oppose. The thing is, sooner rather than later, the pendulum will swing. Something where we need support. He can join Romeo Quioh right now and take picture and post it on Facebook, and he say with Romeo Quioh, he's supporting Sonnyboy Noah. He can do so. Sooner rather than later, there will be the guys all they are doing, they are digging their own political grave. That's what they are doing.
Yeah, but in this case here, absolutely, I was something where And, he got no fish to fry in his thing.
No, Patrick, hold on. Let me make a point. Let me make a good point and you come. You are acting as though something where the TA, the donkey, they don't have their own brains. That's how you come across. You say, oh, the father, Sonnyboy says no, and Romeo says no. They will also say no. That means the guys are not independent thinkers. They don't think for themselves. They don't look at things. They are a bunch of followers. Yeah, I don't want to think so.
So the Constitution assigns specific responsibility to each of them with a specific number of people that they should talk for or advocate for. Currently, the current threshold that each of them represents is 40,000 human beings. We know by 2029 it will readjust to a lot beyond 40,000 or maybe below 40,000. So something where represents 40,000 human beings in Jiripo, in Dubai, and Jirei. If an issue concerns Jiripo, Dubai, or Jirei, if it comes to him or it comes to his attention, and he takes it to Honorable Noah that this thing here, it will be coming to the hustle, but my man, when you come there, I beg you, please don't support it because I say I'm not here for A. Now, the 40,000 person that he representing that the issue that he came to Sonnyboy Noah or maybe Romeo Quioh and telling them that this issue that will come, I see it coming, I'm hearing it. But when it comes there, my buddy, please don't give it any support. Please stay on my side. In this case, the 40,000 person that Honorable Noah represents, he took portion of that population. Portion of that population said, "This is what we think we want." Now that he heard it, he said, "Okay, where this thing here, I need your support to back me that I don't want it." So where now comes on our obligation to issue a statement to say, "I hereby concord with my friend, my colleague, my counterpart. We are in the same boat. I don't want it. I don't support it." So, yeah, for me, I don't have any words to describe him, but I can only see him as a person, I don't call it, doing the baiting, okay, adhering to the baiting of those who approach him. The colleagues approaching, what does he do? He agrees with them, he supports them because that's what uniformity calls for.
No, does not call for. I mean,
yeah. In their working, that's what it calls for. Legislative rally and consensus building, that's what it calls for. Because no one's supposed to be rallying on a way legislatively.
Patrick, if something loves other people as well. I mean, if you have a slave master that's oppressing people, and he doesn't want to let the people free, should you support that slave master? They are inner slaves. I mean, master, not slave, but slave master. They are in what happened?
No, but the real let us not intermix words there. Now, look, why I see this campaign, the creation of a county, when I look at it from the perspective of national growth, economic expansion, and job creation and opportunities for a particular group of people. When people use them, I say they're not ready sometimes. But for example, when you say we are marginalized, and then I say no, you are not marginalized. I've always advised. I say remove marginalization from the campaign. The campaign is already granted constitutionally. It's a point. Creation of a county is embedded in national growth. The country is expanding, meaning it will not come from 37,000 square miles or for the 3,000 square miles. I mean, to allow for the 5,000 now. Yeah, the country is expanding. The population is growing. The economy is expanding and booming. Opportunities are being created. infrastructure is now being expanded to other regions. For example, the creation of a new county would not bring new administrative buildings. More than once to. It will bring pavement of new streets in Bidokwi or other places, for example. It will bring hospitals, it will bring colleges, it will bring other opportunities that other counties now enjoy. That is the concept and the idea. When you use marginalization as a tool, for example, you defeat the purpose. And I've always said this. No, marginalization, the Sarpo men in the Republic of Liberia, from Totman time, in fact, from the time of Barclay to Totman time and now, the Sarpo man is one person who has enjoyed when it comes to the corridor of power in this country. Friday Totman from Mayson Town, the Sarpo man, he lived right in the executive mansion for years, and the whole old road.
You are doing tokenism here. That's what you are doing. You take
no, not tokenism. I'm not saying that marginalization should be removed. To be removed. Marginalization should be removed. Marginalization should be removed.
That's your opinion. We can't take it from you.
That's all. No, we can't.
That's your opinion. No, I'm not going to take your opinion from you. That's fine.
But you interrupting me now.
This is what I'm going to say, Patrick. This is what I'm going to say.
Let me let my turn now before you interrupt me.
You go too long.
You have had most of the time now. So I think when I have some of the time, let me enjoy my some of the time. Because
it's not a monologue.
But what we largely agreed, on certain principles, on certain things we can always agree to. And I'm saying what I disagree with. The term marginalization, just as Quioh perhaps may have misused some words, as he said, and Noah may have misplaced some words as well too. I'm saying that the term marginalization in the context of this campaign is misplaced. Should be reversed. In fact, should be cut out of the whole campaign, and then a new word be found that can suit what genuinely and genuinely why the creation of a new county is compelling and most needed. I hear back.
Thank you, Pastor. I mean, the good thing is you are not a speech police officer, so you don't tell us what sort of word to use and what sort of word not to use. And so that's a beautiful thing. We are in a democracy, and also we can choose our words. But I got a reason why I use the word marginalization. I mean, there is soft marginalization and there is overt marginalization. So, I mean, if you look at the history, at which you know the history of Sinoe County better than me, if you look at the history, you can name more than 2 Sarpo senators. Sarpo been in that county forever. You can name more than 2 Sarpo senators, that person from the Sarpo side have been elected in that county as senator. Okay, even if you look at the portion of Sinoe County that Sarpo people are elected, those are the areas that are predominantly Sarpo. When you get to the non-Sarpo area, Sarpo men can be senate, they can be representative, they can be senator. Romeo Quioh managed again. Romeo Quioh did not win as representative democratically. He went to court. That the only way Romeo Quioh could be represented in a non-Sarpo dominated area, the man got to go to court. The late Mabutu is the political anomaly, underline the word anomaly. All right, and he came the right time. It was a timing, just the same way Obama came the right time and became president. At the time, things were messed up. George Bush were messing up, so they would need a different face. It's the same thing. So Mabutu was politically strategic, and that's how he became senator. But since then, if you look at the county history, you don't have Sarpo. So that's a form of marginalization. The people are using number to suppress you, just the same way in Nima County, the minor people, because of the numerical disadvantage, they got good men, the gunglo, you can't see power. So it's a form of political suppression. And so that's why I'm saying we've been suppressed. I can go on and name other forms, all right, where we have been suppressed. And again, you can't stop us from choosing our words. We have been suppressed by the power structure, and our own children also they join the oppressor of our people. Okay, or the oppressors and they're oppressing us. We can use the word of our choice. So Patrick will be here for a long time. Let's close it for the day and come back next Thursday. We are also working, just to be clear, we are also working on the Friday show, Speak Your Mind, where you will come here and speak your mind. Whatever you want to say, nobody will censor you, okay? You say your own, I say my own, as Stanton will say. All right, we'll call it your day. So we're working on that. We also, another program that is coming on Voice of Sound is called Around the Country. Sagacious will be running that program. Yeah, around the country. I think, Patrick, you saw the stuff. If I'm not calling the right word, you can please correct me when you get your time. Yeah, so where they'll be talking to other journalists around the country to bring information to you. That's another program that coming on Voice of Sound. And so, yeah, so we are working on a lot of things. Patrick, another thing that I want to, when we started the show, we brought here, we are bringing some little gadget that we want to market, sell out to our people. So this is the first one that we just came out with, the Voice of Sound signature pen. We'll be sending out a few of them sooner rather than later to support us. Our boys are in Liberia. The Patrick has been on here for a long time. I leave little thing for them to, be able to put data on their devices to bring the program to you. So we are coming up with a couple of things so that you can support us. I know we can do it. Our people, yeah, just a little thing, little business stuff if we have a little donation here and there to buy our pens. And we'll be coming up with cups and different things so that we'll be able to run the program. All right, Patrick, let get close into our buddy.
So we call it a day right now. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for following. Thanks for sharing, and thanks for commenting as well on the platform on the podcast today. It has been an incredible upfront, and I made the comments, I made the thoughts and the views shared. Remember that we are in a democracy. And the divergence of views is a democratic principle in our calling. I want to say thanks to the CEO again for all of those. Let me not forget, tomorrow is September 12th. I want to say to all of you in the diaspora, if you're in Philadelphia, make sure tomorrow the 17th inaugural board or 17th inaugural program, marking the induction of an elite talent poor, I say Christopher Quioh, DJ Chris Alice, Gaten Bruce Stevens, and Better Swain. That program starts tomorrow. Keep sending in your payments, keep booking your tickets, and ensure that you show up for the program. Please, turn out. All of you, Grandians, all of you, diaspora community members, all of you, tomorrow, Either Poor's inaugural program starts. Please be there. Make sure you go out there to support the president, support our agenda, support development. In the diaspora as well in Liberia. Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here, and I hope to be here next Thursday for another edition. Thank you so much, Ty.
All right, Patrick. Thank you so much for staying this long. And at least the internet was very good. You're looking good, my man. Thank you so much. Our co-host Shirley sent communication. And one of our friends is not well, so she got to go to the hospital.
Let me go and run my errands now, okay?
You can go ahead, buddy. Go ahead. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's how we're bringing the curtain down for today. I want to say thank you so much for staying with us. We saw your comments. I think we'll put your comments up. We don't see major concern. We are all in support. Nobody, I didn't see comment that is in favor of Romeo, Quioh, Sonnyboy, Noah, and Samson Ware. Everybody else is in support of the idea. And so, yes, just a too long delay, according to Martin Luther King, it's not just a deny. It will take a while. But we'll keep fighting, guys. We'll keep fighting for what is our right constitutionally. Right now we have the wrong people in power. Sooner rather than later, the gavel will be turned. Right now, the gavel is in their hands, and so they can use it the way they want to. But a few years from now, the gavel will be in our hands as well, and then we can make that call. If they don't change their position, that's fine. But once that what the beautiful thing about democracy is not a dictatorship, it's not autocracy, it's not one man rule. No, we periodically will get to the election, and then we'll make our decision whether to keep Sonnyboy Noah or whether to keep something where or to keep Romeo Quioh. We'll make that call. So right now they can have party, they can do whatever they want to do right now. We want to work with people that are willing to work with us now, like Honorable Jeremiah PR, the Information Minister, and others. We're going to make that move, and we'll network with the relevant authorities right now. Every means without calling Sonnyboy Noah, because we know already it would be a dead proposal if we were to bring our proposal to them, because they have already it's in street corners. People are talking about it, and they started putting out statements. So it will be a waste of our time to go to them. So we have to find different channels right now, like Oteka said. I mean, we are all Liberians. We know how to navigate the political landscape, and we're going to navigate it. We'll get to the right people. We'll get our connections as well. We'll use that. We don't need necessarily Sonnyboy Noah and Romeo Quioh. Okay. So that's how we're bringing the curtain down today. We want to say thank you so much for joining us, and see you next Thursday. Hopefully you enjoy my outfit from the elders and the ancestors. Let's see what my closing music here. And I wish I had the elders. I will download my elder music in the system later on. And I would say everything has time. So that music, that what we play, everything has time. Let me see what are the right ones. No. I think it's this one.
It's Leah on the beat.
How Josh?
Everything has time. Yeah, so it's Sonnyboy Noah.
Grievances Committee Chair William Manneh.
Tiblenyo right now, the time is Sonnyboy Noah, Romeo Quioh. At that time right now, they can step on our necks. But guess what? Our time will come sooner rather than later. Have a wonderful night. Make sure and subscribe to our YouTube page, Voice of Sinoe in the Diaspora. Subscribe to that page, please, and share our content with other people.
William Manneh, VP,
all right, guys, this is how we're doing it for the day. I want to say thank you, and thank you. Let me see. I think I want to play the one as the last one here for tonight. This is what I want to end with it.
Hey, hold on there and listen. The biggest online platform is back, and we are ready. It's the Voice of Sinoe in the Diaspora, your one-stop for information, debate, and discovery. Join us every Thursday at 12 o'clock p.m. EST, 4 o'clock p.m. GMT, and 12 midnight in the Philippines, where power, progress, and the people take center stage. The program is with your host, Dasayapora Esoteric, the mouthpiece of the God, and your bread and co-host, Shadow Snare. They are bringing the heat, the truth, and the talk every single week with spotlight, polls, education, politics, and so much more. Listen and listen very well. The program features deep dives and critical analysis from Christian Tababo, Patrick Bolu, Sarah Ellis, Sam Walker, and Sagacious Success Barlow. Don't miss out. Catch us live on Facebook and YouTube. Just search Voice of Sinoe in the Diaspora. The program is every Thursday, and you know why? We bring the conversation to you. Voice of Sinoe in the Diaspora, where your voice matters.